The Half-Life games are infamous for how much they've influenced generations. Boomers had Half-Life 1 with all the screaming scientists. There are 25 different screams recorded in that game, by the way. I checked.
I grew up with Half-Life 2, which came with the orange box. And despite playing it on Xbox, which was objectively one of the worst ways to experience the game, with poor textures and poor frame rates, it's a miracle it even ran on that limited hardware at all. But you know what? At least it came with Team Fortress 2. That was never updated, abandoned, no cosmetics, no hats, no pyro air blast, no pyro mods.
And then...
This was a time when YouTube content for Half-Life was thriving. The Gmod Idiot Box, Team Fabulous 2, it was goofy slapstick comedy that you could argue is no more intelligent than a Family Guy cutaway gag today. But I grew up on this stuff. Oh my god! Oh my god! And it's inspired me to talk about some of my favorite games from that period. I'd spend hours in Gary's mod adjusting props, joining servers just to detonate a nuke and quickly leave. And still, to this day, I am terrified of that dark room in the back of Construct. As a 26-year-old man, that place still terrifies me.
Even Generation Alpha, the literal 12-year-olds of today, they're still hooked on anything to do with Valve's Source engine.
Like how Skippity Toilet, something which I can only describe as literal toilet humor. Like, seriously, the main bad guys are toilets, which garner tens of millions of views per video, even putting the beloved Mr. Breast to shame.
We're done when I say we're done.
But with all that content still being put out there, people really do seem to have forgotten the foundations that made it all possible. After Half-Life 2 came out, Valve moved into an episodic format, releasing Episode 1 and Episode 2. And after that, we got nothing. Valve seemed to move on to other things, but they were too scared to actually confirm it, always being dismissive about it in interviews.
Can you tell us anything about when we'll see Episode 3?
We're not video game developers. We are terrorists up in this bitch, Half-Life Alyx.
Then in 2020, we got Half-Life Alyx, which was really good and a great way for Valve to sell you a $1,000 VR set. Like I said, the game was great, and it even retconned the ending of Half-Life 2 Episode 2, something people have been waiting nearly 16 years for an update for. And even though it did that, it basically replaced one cliffhanger with another one. So what now? Do I need to buy the Valve Index 2?
Well, there's a game I played through recently that changes that. Something that writes itself into the Half-Life lore and actually does an amazing job doing so. And I think I can call it a competent successor to Half-Life. It's called Entropy Zero. And the best thing about it, it's totally free to play.
We spoke of was and when, although I wasn't there. He said I was his friend, which came as some surprise. I spoke into his eyes, I thought you'd die alone a long, long time ago. Oh no, not me, I never lost control. Your face to face, one man who sold the world.
You guys know I bought Gamer Subs not too long ago. It has genuinely been the best investment of my life.
And it's made me a very rich man. So I thought to myself, if I have all this money and I own a company, why not get the company to pay for a helicopter?
You're telling me this whole time I could have turned down shitty mobile game ads and done my own waifu shaker cup? Hey, big guy.
Hey, Pyro.
I have a big business proposal for you.
I'm all ears, buddy.
That's right, guys. You know that I had to get the bag too, so that's why I've launched my very own shaker with Gamer Subs. If you've been tuning into my streams throughout the years, you'll know that I'm absolutely obsessed with their energy drinks. And it tastes even better in one of these. One personal thing I love about this uniquely designed shaker cup is the curves. They're beautiful. They're perfect. Just look at that. Please buy now. These waifu shakers are in hot demand. You can find them being resold on eBay right now for hundreds or even thousands of dollars. They're custom, super limited edition, and once they're gone, they're never going to be printed again. So please don't miss out on collecting mine. You can use the link on screen or down in the description and use my code PYRO for 10% off. Entropy Zero was made by Breadman and his team, and currently has 2 entries. The game asks really intriguing questions, like what would it be like to play as the Combine? The hundreds of converted humans you'd crowbar, pin to walls, and throw barrels at as Gordon in Half-Life 2. It's really difficult to remember that despite being the main enemy in Half-Life 2, with their heavy-duty gas masks and clinical radio callouts,
What's up? Can a low come up in your crib? Man, fuck you. I'll see you at work.
they were once humans with thoughts and feelings, but were pushed to joining the Combine either for food, better living conditions, or just to feel superior over normal civilians. So basically, a Discord mod. Entropy Zero puts you in the shoes of the Combine, but at their lowest level, civil protection. The same grunts that would chase you around in the early game until Gordon made enough noise that the Combine upped their game and sent its actual military after you. Before getting into the game, you can try out a firing range, and by booting it up, your targets are just random civilians that probably broke curfew or laughed at one of my jokes. Or, God forbid, didn't pick up that can. Here you'll have access to all the game's weapons, which are almost identical to Half-Life 2's, but each one has updated sounds, giving them a more meaty punch. Unlike the last video I covered, Cruelty Squad, pretty much all the weapons here exist in real life, apart from a few exceptions. You have the USP match made by Heckler & Koch, renamed the Civil Protection SI 9mm pistol. Honestly, even in Half-Life 2, this was a really underrated gun. Combining it with the zoom feature of the suit, which you can also get in Entropy, you can get some really far-away headshots really easily. You can also fire it underwater for some reason. Never understood why that was the thing. The MP7, also made by Heckler & Koch, renamed to the Civil Protection Officer SI MP7. Still can't use the iron sights on it, despite that red dot picture, just basically begging for it. Unlike Half-Life 2, automatic weapons will actually have huge kickback now, forcing you to either burst fire or fight the recoil like you're playing 6 Siege after holding an angle for about 18 hours. The Spaz 12, made by Luigi Franchi, marked as an unauthorized Rebel shotgun, operates the exact same as it did in Half-Life 2, but just listen to the sound when you fire both barrels at once.
Light work, no reaction. Ooh. Okay, it's got a little kick. Ooh.
Entropy Zero takes place 11 months before Half-Life 2, so the fictional pulse rifle, which you'd use in the late game of Half-Life 2, still hasn't left its prototype stage. Its ammo cells are blue, it's marked with red streaks, and fires 2 inaccurate shots per round instead of 1 accurate shot like the base game. Its secondary fire ejects 2 energy balls at once, because apparently 1 instant kill ball of death wasn't enough. It's funny, actually, like hearing Goodnuts cope about the gun, trying to make some kind of justification for it when the weapon just makes 0 sense. Entropy Zero also has 2 new weapons. Because you're now Civil Protection, you'll have access to the manhacks, the annoying drones that would slowly chip away at your health. These things can be great at clearing out rooms, and honestly, can be so overpowered, you could deploy them and just let them do their thing and avoid entire combat encounters. You also have access to the stun prod called Obedience Rod on the display.
I remember playing Half-Life 2 as a kid and wanting to get one of these so badly, and every time I go to pick one up, it just converts into armor instead.
Honestly, it's pretty pointless. It has a charge-up ability that does more damage, but you'll only really be using it to get crates out of the way, like how Gordon would with the crowbar. More on the heads-up display, it's all blue to show your affiliation with the Combine. Your armor is now called PCU instead of suit. Your flashlight is replaced with built-in night vision. And also, your character actually talks now. This isn't just a gimmick for the mod either. It actually makes sense from a lore perspective. Because you're civil protection, you're a human that's willingly joined the Combine, and because of that, you've kept most of your faculties. Overwatch units you see later on in the game have went under so much biological modification that they're not even really human anymore. You could see this in greater detail on the remains of bodies in Half-Life Alyx. Their eyes would be hollowed out, replaced with optics, and their entire heads would have a metal mesh over them. They weren't human anymore, just bodies being given orders by the higher-ups. But civil protection, seemingly by luck, was so expendable that they were allowed to keep their mental faculties.
Which, in a way, is even worse because the ones you saw in the base game were human. They just didn't think that there was a way out. That's why some characters, like Barney in the opening, were able to disguise themselves as civil protection, because they really are just humans wearing a mask.
When you start the game proper, it's running from a playback. Meaning everything here has already happened 11 months prior. It's interesting to think that every single Combine has had their entire lives recorded to either learn how to improve them or to find any defects. There's actually a series on YouTube that tries to recreate the Combine playbacks of them watching Gordon entering City 17 at the beginning of Half-Life 2. And it really shows that no one has any kind of privacy and everything is monitored. You're in the Outlands, far away from City 17, and given the task of clearing a rebel hideout with fellow civil protection, being given orders from Overwatch.
The Overwatch announcer's voice lines are reused from Half-Life 2. It's an AI with a feminine voice that updates the Combine on any mission objectives or crimes being committed.
Notably, hear it voiced over the loudspeakers while escaping City 17.
Attention protection team. Status invasion in progress for this community.
It talks in almost a clinical way, referring to anyone not modified by the Combine as biotics, and seeing the death of a criminal as compliance.
Compliance with all tenets of Adversarial Assistance Act. Threat level adjustment. Probe. Expunge.
In Half-Life 2, when you were near death, you could even hear Overwatch try to quickly sentence your crimes before you died in a gunfight.
Attention, you have been charged with capital malcompliance, level 5 anti-civil activity, destruction of social protection units.
Overwatch is voiced by Ella McLean, who's been a veteran in voice work for Valve games, voicing GLaDOS in Portal and also the announcer in Team Fortress 2.
Victory.
It's a really nice reminder that this incredibly talented woman reminds me every single TF2 game when I've wasted 40 minutes carrying only to lose anyway. Reaching into the factory, your squad gunned down numerous resistance members holding out. Their AI works exactly the same as the Metro cops you'd usually fight against. But that being said, being able to put a face to who you kill as opposed to identical gas mask man number 53 is a really fresh approach. I was playing this on bad cop difficulty, which is the game's hard mode, and also the official name of the civil protection we're playing as. And don't be fooled, just because you're fighting normal humans, they can be really crafty. Like this guy who broke open the door and one-tapped me with a shotgun. Obviously, being a Combine, I wonder what would happen if I shot a fellow officer. You can't do friendly fire in Half-Life 2 without some really clever methods. Characters will usually just absorb the bullet with no reaction.
Must have been the wind.
But thankfully, safe to say, in Entropy Zero, you can actually do friendly fire. The anomaly again reminding you that this is just a recording. Kind of like how in Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake Eater, if you killed a character that would appear in later games, you'd get a mission failure saying you created a time paradox. After clearing out the factory, you'll find some Black Mesa crates, the research company that you explored in Half-Life 1, the same company that opened a portal to other worlds that kicked off the entire Combine invasion. So whatever the Resistance was trying to do here is very important. The playback skips again. With all the cargo loaded onto the train, we're headed back to City 17, where Half-Life 2 started. This is one of the few times you'll hear Civil Protection talking to each other in their downtime. Remember, like I said, these people are humans. They haven't really been modified yet. Unfortunately, before you can get that stim pack, the train derails and crashes. I mean, what did you expect? Like, have you played any video game in the past 20 years? Climbing out the wreckage and past all the dead CPs, you can find a stun prod to deal with any head crabs that have escaped their drop pods. It's easy to forget that the Combine would actually repurpose the head crabs into weapons, and they'd drop them onto resistance fighters. I also like how after your entire squad is wiped out, your character really just doesn't care because he's that much of a sociopath. There's one unbroken crate that you can use to prop yourself onto the maintenance platform, or if you're a real Chad, you can just crouch jump. You'll see by the markings on the wall we're in City 10. In Half-Life 2, Dr. Breen, a Combine collaborator, goes on to say City 17 is one of the last remaining cities.
Breadman said himself that City 10 was one of the first cities established. It's north of City 17, which over time turned into an overspill city for when City 17 became way too populated.
In Half-Life Alyx, there's a globe you can find. Now, this globe is really outdated.
Bye-bye, Russia!
For example, it shows Hindustan instead of India, but on the globe, you can see City 17 as in Eastern Europe.
This would make sense with the post-Soviet buildings, but this has never actually been confirmed by Valve. And also, all the power outlets are American for some reason.
But alright, let's say City 17 is somewhere in Eastern Europe. That would mean City 10 would be somewhere in northern Poland or even Russia, which explains why there's snow everywhere. After killing another anti-citizen, seemingly holding out on his own, there are some collectibles you can find. Firstly, a little hula dancer. Nothing here lore-wise. If you press it, they do a little Fortnite dance. You could actually find these things in Half-Life 2 as well. There are 7 across the game, which get you an achievement if you find and wobble all 7 of them. There's also Half-Life 2's equivalent of the Lambda Cache. These were supplies the rebels would hide, so people passing through could get access to supplies. In Entropy, it's pretty much the same gimmick, but instead, the tags are in color. This is also where the game gives you its first puzzle, which, to be fair, is one of the better puzzles in the game. There's 3 power stations with 1 battery on the floor. It'll attach, letting you know, okay, now you need to find the other 2. After you do, and probably wake up some zombies in the process, you can power up the Combine console to talk with Overwatch. Only problem is, once you do that, a rebel just walked in and shot the console to pieces. But I guess we can leave now?
The next bit, on the other hand, is one of the few times the game is just downright unfair.
You'll have to stack some boxes to get over the fence. You'll jump over to the door, try and open it, and it's locked. Alright, fair enough. Let me try the other door. And if you do, this is when a rebel will drop 2 propane canisters already on fire, so you'll have about 2 seconds to get out of there. Or, like me, try to actually pick up one of the canisters and throw them before they explode. Don't try this at home. I'm pretty sure, like in-game, I lost both my arms. When you finally get outside, you can activate a bunch of man hacks, and honestly, for a throwaway gimmick, Breadman made a really cool combat system here. They'll hit barrels that explode, killing zombies. They'll even cut apart the scaffolding on accident, making boxes fall from above, killing zombies. That being said, there is a nasty surprise out here though. You can find these supply crates that you'd usually break open in Half-Life 2, but here they've been trapped by what rebels are left to explode whenever they're touched. They've reused transponders from Half-Life 2 Episode 2. These would be used to ping caches on your radar, which was basically the game's side content. So anyone that's played the game before will try to break it open, thinking there's supplies, only for it to explode in their face.
Now, I'm pretty sure everyone's aware of the infamous meme in Half-Life 2 where a Metro cop knocks over a can in front of you and asks you to put it in the trash for their amusement. You can either pick up the can and obey, to which they laugh and let you through. Again, showing how the lowest ranks of the Combine really do just want to feel superior to other people. Or you can throw it in their face.
Which leads to this really slow, awkward chase, which you can very easily outrun, and they'll also give up as soon as you go outside. You can find another can lying around outside, and if you pick it up and put it in the trash can, you'll get yourself another achievement. Up ahead, there's a warning printed on a wall about the sea flu pandemic, and because of it, the city is to be abandoned immediately, and to report to City 17 for vaccination and reassignment. It also goes on to say the sea flu doesn't discriminate and kills both humans and Combine alike. The sea flu isn't canon and was made for the mod. Originally, the sea flu, or Combine flu, was a bacteria that came across from the Zen border world that was opened in Half-Life 1 by Gordon. It would only infect Combine as their augmentations made them more susceptible, but over time it evolved to infect normal humans as well. The Combine knew that they couldn't suppress the population of City 10 with their forces being diminished by the bacteria, so they all bailed to relocate to the nearest cities. Some of the civilians you see at the train station in Half-Life 2 could have actually been people relocated from City 10 after the outbreak.
I didn't see you get on.
The civilians that stayed took their chances to form a rebel network, and surprisingly, some of the remaining civil protection actually decided to join them, knowing that if they left, they'd probably be killed for insubordination.
Keep in mind, only Metro cops still have their minds intact, so probably saw this as the only way out.
The Combine tried to retake the city and failed, so ended up shelling it. Hence why headcrab zombies are so numerous. After the shelling, some of the rebels did actually survive, while the remaining rebel cops probably died from the infection because they were always more susceptible. But the rebels realized the sea flu was actually being suppressed by the cold weather.
That's why there are still pockets of resistance in this pretty much dead city.
You can find some of them holding out with reprogrammed Combine sentry guns, ironically having the same paint decals to show that they've been hijacked to serve the rebels. These create really interesting combat situations, where you'll have to duck and climb into hollowed out cars for cover, hoping that they're distracted by the zombies just enough for you to get up close and topple them over. That, or you can just, like I said earlier, spam manhacks and let them do all the work. Again, I'm really not overselling how overpowered these things are, and you're actually able to carry 3 of them at once. Past the first line of defense, there's a huge rebel encampment. I'll be honest, I can really see what the devs were going for here. There's a crashed hunter chopper in the building that you're being fired from, and some rebels have even repurposed Combine sniper towers for themselves. You can have a huge standoff in a makeshift garage, watching your cover slowly get demolished. As the walls fall apart, even the door is fully destructible. The problem with this set piece is Half-Life 2 AI, which was never really that smart, let's be fair. If you clear out the area too early by playing aggressively, rebels will just spawn from the exact same place over and over, so you can bottleneck them for some of the cheapest kills imaginable. To get to the next area, you'll have to solve another puzzle. I'll be honest, I wouldn't even really call this a puzzle, more just a fetch quest. You can find a note someone left behind saying that they were experimenting on using a downed strider as a weapon. If you get another battery, power it up and follow the code that is so easy, it is literally wrote on the wall next to you. The strider will reactivate, fire, and blow part of the building down for you to make progress. Up ahead, you can find the game's last collectible, a poem scrawled on the wall. There are 10 of these found throughout the game, but because one of them ends with shilling the Half-Life subreddit...
Ew! You must be from Reddit, stinky!
I'm not really going to go into too much detail. The next area starts the second chapter, Dead Tenant. This is the headquarters of the rebels holding out in City 10.
Now this area is really interesting because Breadman tried something Half-Life games have never really tried, and that's stealth.
Now the reason why they've never tried it is because Half-Life doesn't really account for any kind of stealth. Maybe in some combat encounters you'll be able to get a sneaky first kill before everything kicks off, but this section gives you the notification stealth is advised. That's because there's a sign saying all turrets in the area are turned off, but only to be turned on if there's any kind of disturbance. So if you make any kind of noise or get spotted, Combine! All 20 or so turrets in the area will be turned on, cutting you in seconds. So you're probably wondering, how does a game not based around stealth handle a stealth section? Honestly, not very well. In early builds of Entropy Zero, stealth was so broken because it was entirely dictated by triggers that you'd cross. So if you avoided those triggers, you could just fire your gun and even go directly up to the rebels who were just so jaded they didn't even care. Even if you gunned down one of their friends right in front of them. That's been corrected now, so noise and sight will alert them. But even then, this is so bare bones. So you'll see a door, open it, and be eviscerated in seconds. Fair enough. So let's say I move some of these objects out the way to get in without being seen. Now what? My instincts would tell me to break down these pallets to give me access to another crawl space. Nope, it's a solid sheet of metal, and now that noise has alerted every rebel in the city.
What you're actually meant to do is so stupid to explain. I'll just let myself do it from the first time I was recording this.
So what you're meant to do is push this and then use it to body block yourself. That is the most Looney Tunes shit I've seen in my life.
Afterwards, you'll be rewarded with some pretty funny interactions, like a rebel dropping their beer on the ground, or someone talking about wanting to sell insurance.
Hi, I'm Saul Goodman. Did you...
Now, even though that's out the way, there's one rebel that patrols the garden. And the thing is, the bushes aren't actual physical objects. So even though you can't see through them, there's a pretty high chance that when he changes patrols, he'll see right through the bushes, clock you, and then snitch to alert every turret, voiding the entire stealth run.
Snake, are you okay?
After a couple of trial and error runs, you can make it into the office building where the communications are. Thankfully, not being guarded by anyone except dormant turrets. You can find a shotgun on the table, and your reward for stealthing the entire section is this funny exchange.
You made it just in time. We gotta clear out of here before we're discovered. Holy sh...
You can also master reset the turrets on the Combine console to make all the turrets friendly to you and hostile to the rebels. You can hear the massacre outside, and leaving the building, there's rebels falling from roofs and corpses scattered everywhere. Wrote on a whiteboard before leaving the comms room, you can see someone called Laszlo wrote out the algorithm that hacked the turrets before leaving. This is probably the same Laszlo that was briefly seen in Half-Life 2, who is basically only used as an example of what Antlions could do to people. The funny thing is, you can actually save Laszlo in Half-Life 2 if you're quick enough, to which his friend just acts like he died anyway.
Dear God, poor Laszlo!
Fighting through an apartment block next, and this can actually be pretty challenging. Cover's pretty scarce, and at the end of the hallway, rebels have hijacked a plasma turret, which is the equivalent of having 10 sentry turrets fire at you at the same time. You'd have to weave in and out of rooms, dispatching rebels and using cover to give you just enough time to make it across the hallway.
Or you could be a complete scumbag like me and use the zoom function to land a perfectly placed headshot, making the entire fight a cakewalk.
I actually think that I cleared out this area so quickly that some rebels would actually spawn in behind me and wouldn't even know how to react. In the attic, you can find a lone Metro cop, possibly the only one left in the city that wasn't killed off by the sea flu or joined the rebels, so he's been locked up for questioning. To get him out, you can find grenades in a huge rebel supply cache. It looks like they've looted pretty much all the supplies left in the city. There's a list of all the weapons on the wall. There's even a note on the wall confirming that your train derailment at the beginning was on purpose. To all groups, the train is derailed. It went well. The parts for Eli and Dr. K are already on their way to City 17. Now we just need to focus on sending the rest. I'm keeping a large wad of supplies here for our own defenses.
Eli and Dr. Kleiner are two important characters in the Half-Life lore.
Originally, both were present in the Black Mesa incident, and later became rebels in Half-Life 2 to work on teleporter technology to help the rebels get around without being spotted by the Combine. These parts from Black Mesa are probably teleporter parts that the rebels needed to get to them, so derailed your train to send them off to Eli and Kleiner. There's one more thing you can find before freeing the Metro Cop. If you go into a secluded room, it's mostly empty with a single radio emanating light from it. If you interact it, it'll ask you this. If you go downstairs, a doll has now spawned and you can pick it up and bring it back into the room. The radio seems happy before shutting off entirely, giving you the achievement Kindergarten Cop. I'll be honest, I have no idea what this means or what it's meant to represent. I just like achievements. After throwing a grenade into the generator, which breaks the lock in the Metro Cop cell, it'll also blow a huge hole in the wall. Crawling through the hole, you'll see a skeleton that's been Nagasaki'd into the wall, but also some important lore dumping scrawled on the walls.
Everyone, consider this my apology. When you find this, I will be too far gone. A few months ago, we were sat on the lookout at Breaker's Point, and I was sat on the shanty, looking down onto the road. That's when I saw him. A man in a blue suit, complete with a briefcase. He came strolling up the street like nothing had changed in the world. Before I knew it, he was in my face, and I couldn't describe it even if I tried. We struck a deal. He offered to keep us under the radar and out of Combine sight. All we had to do was push out salvage back up the railroad to City 17. That was the deal. Then he was gone. A mere second had passed, and the boys, they saw nothing. I drove myself crazy, doubting it was real, but something made me bite. And after the first few crates got sent back, food and water arrived out of nowhere just for us. He had been feeding us. There is no stash. As you know, We've bled this city dry. That's why I sent JC's group further. I knew the risks, but I had to keep filling the orders, paying the rent. After JC's group didn't return, there wasn't much I could do. My hands were tied. You no longer trusted me. You made it clear, no more supplies to City 17. So I had a second visit from the suit guy. He showed me all kinds of things. City 17 in flames, Vortigaunts, interstellar space, and Freeman. Gordon Freeman. It all made sense. We got given one final chance to secure our sanctuary, and it was that damn train. I have to thank you all now. Thank you for obeying me one last time. You will know in time how vital this all is. Your safety. He promised it if we successfully did as he asked. He also said that he would come for me, to take me away to a better place. So it is done. I wait for him now, and soon, hopefully, you will never have to worry about the Combine ever again.
This skeleton in the room is Jim, the leader of the resistance for City 10.
It struck a deal with the G-Man. The G-Man would promise them supplies if they kept pushing weapons to City 17. Eventually, it became too risky and they botched their part of the deal. So the G-Man came back to them with one final offer to derail your train, which carried Black Mesa supplies that Eli and Kleiner desperately needed.
That's why there's only one untouched crate on the train. The rebels arrived and cleared the train of all supplies. The biggest question is, did the G-Man account for you to survive the train, or are you an interloper? If the first is true, then the G-Man broke his deal with the rebels, knowing a Metro cop would be let loose and wipe them all out.
Or maybe your survival was so unremarkable, being a lowly Metro cop, that you just weren't accounted for.
The cop you freed goes into another room to clear it, waiting for you to take the lead, and when you do, he shoots you and kicks your face directly onto the console, knocking you out and leaving you half dead. The stream gets interrupted due to syncope or loss of consciousness, and when you come to, it starts to make a lot more sense why you were shot. While being dragged away, you can see the building on fire, the rebels packing up what's left to probably move on to White Forest. The rebel base that was featured in Half-Life 2 Episode 2, one of the last bases of humanity without any Combine interference. The man who shot you is Barney Calhoun, a pretty unremarkable security guard in Black Mesa. Seriously, you only see him for like 3 seconds knocking on a door at the beginning of the game. He's voiced by Michael Shapiro, who'd voiced pretty much all the security guards in the original, which you'll really notice now that I've said that.
Catch me later, I'll buy you a beer. 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 Catch me later, I'll buy you a beer.
It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa.
But this was later retconned for him to be his own character in the Blue Shift expansion, the only security guard to escape the Black Mesa incident alive. But more importantly, he plays a pivotal role in Half-Life 2.
Oh, it smells like ranched farts under this mask, Gordon.
He intercepts Gordon using a civil protection disguise before he got shipped off to Nova Prospect.
Welcome on board this Avanti West Coast service to Birmingham New Street,
an abandoned prison that was repurposed by the Combine. After Gordon Freeman and Alex Vance, he's the third most important character in the universe. And it's funny to think that he used the same tactics to get the drop on you to also save Gordon 11 months later.
I'm not going nowhere. No, sir.
Eventually, the rebels drop you into a hole, the old metro system of the city. They didn't even check if you were still alive or not because it doesn't matter. You're gonna die down here either way.
There's a reason why the sea flu slowed down so much on the surface. Apart from the freezing temperatures, the rebels over time have been using holes either from the Combine shelling or ones they made themselves to dump all the infected bodies, keeping the infection away from the surface.
But apart from the rampant zombies and infection, at least you can get your hands on the new experimental pulse rifle. Hooray! I already talked about how this gun works on the firing range, but I don't think I went into detail about how quickly this thing can shred anything organic. The recoil doesn't even matter because zombies want to get as close to you as possible, usually being despawned in the process. After easily wiping out the zombies down here, with or without the help of a turret that was also left down here, you can get a funny interaction where a door opens up for you, thinking it's a way out, only for it to be a trap from some poor rebel that got stuck down here as well.
Take that!
By the way, I did try to see what happens if you don't throw the grenade back. With no other way to get the grenade out the room, it just explodes and kills you instantly. Going inside, you can see the corpse of a zombified human. Clearly, this guy just couldn't get over the fact that he lost his friend. And with no supplies or ways to communicate in here, you've probably just saved him the effort of starving to death. Going back to flip the main breaker to go deeper into the tunnels, it's clear that there's something else here. And again. And again. I'm really not sure what this is. The only explanation I have is by being around so many infected corpses, you've now contracted the sea flu, and it's starting to affect your mind.
May I have one of those? You think that's a good idea? Hank, I already have sea flu.
Escaping the subway, you're greeted with the cold, metallic combine structures. Usually, this is a really bad thing, but because you're a Metro cop, this is great. This is where you'll have to do one last stand against the remaining zombies down here. Thankfully, before the combine died, they left behind some turrets that you can use to help defend. There's something amazing about seeing 4 sentry turrets doing all the work for you while you just sit back and scroll on TikTok.
The dictatorship Dr. Breen. The ridiculous leader. He's not qualified for the leader of China.
After a while, you'll realize the zombies aren't going to stop coming. Probably because it's an entire city's worth. So instead, you can escape through one of the vents the zombies broke down to try and get to you. Doing so leads you deeper into the Combine complex, where the game throws another curveball at you. You can see in the clip, I really did try to jump over that power surge, but it's scripted. Bad Cop has now lost his night vision entirely, and with no flares lying around, the only thing left to do is to interact with the console still running and see what's left. Doing so releases a stalker with a headlight attachment. Stalkers are probably some of the Combine's most repulsive creations. They were once human, but they've been altered so much physically and mentally, it's hard to even call them that anymore. They're drones, completely mindless servants that are kept inside Combine structures to make sure that they keep operating. They didn't even have the choice to join the Combine like civil protection. It was usually a punishment for resistance members. They'd never attack you in Half-Life 2 because they were too busy doing other tasks. But if you hurt one, they'd aggro and use their lasers to damage you. The same lasers they use to cut through deep metal in Combine structures for maintenance. And this is where there's a problem. Because stalkers have been altered so much, for example, having their feet replaced with metal stumps, they move slowly. Agonizingly slowly.
They never needed speed to maintain Combine structures, but trying to get you from one end of this maze to the other, I'll be honest, it is just complete agony. They just move so slowly, and honestly, I really hate replaying this part of the game. Also, not to mention the fact that just to get from one side of the maze to the other, they have to take the equivalent of a stair lift. It's just so painful.
So you're probably wondering, why don't I just grab a flare lying on the ground and run to the exit? Well, each exit is locked down, and only a stalker can access the panel to let you through. So there is no possible way to speedrun this section. I mean, at least you get access to manhacks here, and there are some stalkers overhead, and if they see you in trouble, they try and help with their lasers. I can see what Breadman was trying here. There's a really similar situation in Doom 3. Early on in that game, you can meet one of the few scientists left alive, and he wants you to take him to the other end of the facility. The power's all out, but he does have a huge lantern to light the way. You've got a flashlight as well, but in base Doom 3, you can't hold the flashlight and two-hand a weapon at the same time.
So stronger weapons like the shotgun, sorry, let me rephrase that. So stronger weapons like anything except the shotgun can't be used.
This guy will light the way for the entire area until you come to a ladder where he gets jumped and dies in a scripted event. Probably because they were too lazy to animate someone climbing a ladder. It's pretty similar in Entropy Zero, except if the stalker dies, it's an instant game over. And also, they forgot to script the stalker letting you back in case you back up through the door before it closes. So if you do that, you'll be soft locked and forced to restart. The thing is, like, you can even kill him now. Like, the game just doesn't care. You're screwed. After ascending higher into the Combine structure, you can see a Combine bullet train made specifically for this mod. It's honestly a really nice design. I'm just not sure why your character gets in such a bizarre way.
Why does he get in like that? He gets in like ass last.
Thankfully, there's still some power left in the facility, so we're taken to Installation 10, passing by a mix of sewers, old subway tunnels, and Combine structures. It's clear that they gave up on the city before terraforming all of it to suit them. Eventually arriving at Installation 10, we're kicked off the bullet train and come up to a Combine force field. These were the base game's not-so-invisible barriers, and it actually took me a minute before I realized I didn't need to do a massive puzzle just to deactivate it.
How do I get... Oh, wait a minute. I'm a Combine. Lamau!
Now I am become death.
Mr. Beast! What, we some kind of suicide squad?
Now, I'll be honest, I really don't like this chapter. I think overall it's just not fun to play. In my opinion, this mod peaks when you find the rebels on the surface and then slowly dips over time. Some of you are probably thinking, like, why am I being so critical about a game I'm shilling to literally be Half-Life 3? And to that, I want to say, do you see how far you are into the video? You're like less than a fifth of the way through the video. Shut up, nerd.
I don't like this chapter because it has some of the most bizarre puzzles and combat sections. I get it, it's a free mod, and Breadman's team has created something that I could never do. I'm just a loser sat behind my computer talking about it through a microphone. But as soon as the chapter starts, you're forced to solve a puzzle to go deeper into the installation. You'll see that there's a huge air vent in the room with a bunch of physics objects being tossed around. Alright, fair enough. Going ahead, there's a glass door with a bunch of buttons. Which ones do you have to press to open the door? I don't know. Why are you looking at me? Some of the buttons are already turned off and on. Turning them all off just powers down the door you came in, so now you're trapped. But then pressing the others on in random sequence seems to open one door or the other. I thought there had to be some kind of combination here. Some notes scribbled on the wall like how we powered the Strider earlier. And then I found it. The wall panels in each room glow either red or green, and interacting with the buttons will slowly turn all the panels green. Fair enough, but what now? Now you have to look up and shoot an energy ball into this opening here. And still nothing. So what did I do wrong?
Apparently, the green panels have absolutely nothing to do with the puzzle.
You could press any button combination and just pray that one works. There's a reason why, looking up playthroughs of this game, this section is the most replayed. Because no one knows what to do. What you have to do is turn every button on except the first one on the left side and the last one on the right side. Why? Who cares? Like, this puzzle sucks. I hate it. It's so poorly communicated. Most people will probably just spend their time trying to get as much air as they can on the vents, thinking that they need to, you know, ascend and climb up. When in reality, it's just pressing buttons until something happens. In the next room, you can see another friendly stalker. Thankfully, not having to follow this one around. And interacting with its console, you can scan pods for any traces of sea flu. A pod you scan is clear, but when you get scanned, a contagion is found.
Attention, you have AIDS.
And this is another pretty bad mechanic that gets brought into the game. Randomly, or at scripted events, Bad Cop will become infected with the sea flu.
I have a tumor.
No doubt from all the infected corpses you interacted with in the underground metro. It'll slow you down to a crawl, almost like low gravity, and it'll slowly drain your health until you can find a vaccination station. This will restore your health and temporarily cure you of the sea flu. It sounds cool on paper. The reason why I don't like it is because if you play the game too quickly or too slowly, the sea flu can kick in at terrible points. Like how you can pass a vaccination station, go into a new area, and congrats, you're now infected. And the way back is blocked off because you tried to go through a door that's scripted to shut forever once you walk through it.
Wait, is there no vaccination machine? Oh nice, I'm soft-locked now, apparently. Yeah, I'm soft-locked because the door's meant to shut behind you, so yeah, I'm just gonna die now.
To be fair though, this is something that Breadman actually admitted was a complete mistake. Making some progress inside, you can see a lone Vortigaunt tampering with the electricity who accidentally disables the laser grid for you to get past. One of the ones Jim, the resistance leader of City 10, saw in his dreams about the G-Man. You'd actually kill Vortigaunts throughout Half-Life 1, something the G-Man even mocked Gordon for in Episode 2.
There was a time they cared nothing for Miss Vance, when their only experience of humanity was a crowbar coming at them down a steel corridor.
Despite being enemies in the first Half-Life, Vortigaunts are allied with the Rebels now. They didn't even want to hurt you in the original game, but they were under the control of the Nihilanth, hence why they wear shackles in the original game but are pretty much naked in every appearance afterwards. Afterwards, there's a huge standoff with dozens of Vorts. The cover is even destructible here, which is a pretty nice touch. But you'll probably never be able to appreciate this because to avoid their near hit scan attacks, you'll have to keep circle strafing like the least attention deficit CSGO player. One of the Vortigaunts tries to directly contact you, and it's pretty apparent it's just reused lines from the base game to attempt to make some sort of conversation.
Hey, you're just mad because I'll be able to do something with my fucking guitar hands that you'll never be able to achieve in your life, kid. So yeah, you're gay. Halt. You will pay in kind for the depravity. Humans always in the quality. Watch your mouth. Your mind is opaque. Clearly we see your hopes and dreams. You're not the first to harbor such notions. The feeling is mutual.
So, plot twist, the Vortigaunts don't like the Combine. I couldn't actually tell after the Combine wiped them all out and they basically had to hide in the Zen border world that was featured in Half-Life 1. But why are they even here? Not on Earth. I mean, you see them sweeping up trash in Half-Life 2. I mean, why are they here in City 10? Apparently, the Vortigaunts were interested in the City 10 structure and have tried to keep it alive. That's because the device powering the structure is called a Quantanode.
I feel like shit.
I'm literally only getting that from the achievement at the end of the game, by the way. The Quantanode uses an unknown science of zero entropy stasis technology. Oh, look at that. Wow, that's the name of the game.
I don't know, I thought they were bullshitting me, so boom, I shot them.
They're messing with the stasis field being generated by the core, thinking it's a new technology that they could harness. Like, for example, putting a certain person in stasis until they're needed. It's confusing, but it's very lore-heavy with the implications of Half-Life. Probably too much for even me to handle. Haha, green man goes squirt when I shoot it. One of the Vortigaunts actually manages to activate a hunter and turn it on his side, something we've never seen in a Half-Life game before. It pushes the elevator down, forcing us to do the only manhack puzzle in the entire game. I'll be honest, I actually forgot I had these at this point. And with no way to directly control them, it's not super obvious that you have to shoot a vent open so we can go in and kill the stalker. Wait, stalkers are friendly. Like, why did we just do that?
I mean, I can understand, like, them being so automated with work that they don't even recognize a friendly Combine that needed to, get through. If anything, I'm more annoyed that it's the only instance of a manhack being used to solve a puzzle.
So, what's your reward for getting through? Another puzzle, Lamau. If you look above, you'll see we have to shoot an energy ball to activate the door. Fair enough, we've done that before. Only problem is, there's a bulletproof platform covering it. Can't shoot it, can't energy ball it. So what you have to do instead is shoot an energy ball through one of the open grates that doesn't even look like it can be shot into, and hope the random numbers game plays out so one of the balls hits the spot. And also avoiding the platform before it crashes down and one-taps you. Again, like, I can see what they were going for here, but the could have added, I don't know, a flickering light or something. Anything to focus the player's attention instead of a pitch black room.
My vision is augmented.
Again, I really do love Entropy. We just have to slog through all the mid stuff to get to the good stuff. The next room is a huge storage room for the base's stalkers. Shooting 2 more power nodes, the base goes into lockdown and lasers activate in the room that you just came in. So the question is, how do you get out? What you're actually meant to do here is angle yourself just right so you can shoot this far-off stalker that's trying to repair one of the energy nodes. Again, this could have been easily fixed if just having the energy node, I don't know, flashing, implying that it's being repaired, instead of just a guy waving his laser pen around. The stalkers here are a minimal threat. You can just skate around blasting them with a shotgun because, unlike Gordon, Bad Cop has infinite sprint, and the stalker's lasers do about 1 point of damage every 5 years or so. In one of the final rooms, your C-flu is detected again, and a huge laser grid slowly descends to kill you. Honestly, I'm half expecting a TV screen to pop up with Jigsaw.
Hello, Bad Cop. Throughout the years, you've been obsessed with arresting. Now you must make the ultimate sacrifice. Shoot all 3 of your energy balls into the nose above, so you can't cheese the boss fight in the next room.
In the boss room, you have to face the converted hunter. Now, this combat arena just isn't good.
Bullshit.
At certain points, part of the walkway is meant to come apart, probably to stop the player circle strafing the hunter to get cheap hits, which I was totally doing, by the way. Problem is, depending on which way you walk on the grates, they'll either shake, giving you a warning they're about to collapse, or just instantly break off like they were being held together by balloon tack.
I mean, that's fair, right? Like, that communicates pretty well that that's going to fall. But look at this. If you walk on it from this side, look at that. Like, you could fall on that mid-fight. It's so stupid.
After a while, the hunter retreats, giving you time to restock before the final fight with it. Instead of falling platforms, lasers activate, which stun the hunter or instantly kill you. Like this one, for instance, where I was about to kill the hunter, got infected mid-fight, and then backed off into the laser after the fight was already over. With the hunter finally dead.
Thank you, Lord, baby Jesus. You'll have to do yet another boss fight. Oh, can it just end already? Like, this mod started off so good. At least before the fight, you get this cool shot of a bunch of Combine that got frozen due to how cold the Entropy core room is. They also make glass sounds when you shoot them for some reason.
The final room requires you to overload 3 cores with energy balls. Kinda like the final boss in Portal, but with none of the witty dialogue, and one of the cores doesn't tell you how to make a cake.
Fatherless, huh? Maybe if you got rid of that yee-yee ass haircut, you'd get some parents in your crib.
The Vortigons here are more powerful. Using the power of the core, they're colored purple, the same color they had when healing Alex and holding off the G-Man. Gameplay-wise, it just means that their attacks are basically hit scan, unless you can hide behind a pillar before they finish casting. Every time a core is overloaded, you'll have to survive lasers that get activated and then climb onto a pillar before it raises so you don't take massive damage from the frost. I didn't know this at the time, and it's not really communicated, so I just run around the arena taking massive damage and spam healing from any of the machines. You can also heal up to 200 suit energy now. No lore reason, but honestly, like, I'm not going to complain.
What? No.
And to be fair, this was also a thing in Half-Life 2, but that was explained because the stasis field stole all of your weapons and supercharged your gravity gun, so it probably did the same with your suit. Fighting the final Vortigon, your health is slowly chipped away until you kill him, and once you do, a 0 entropy event occurs, freezing everything inside the base, including you. The stream ends with you now coming back to the present. The Combine salvaged whatever was left of Bad Cop. It's hard to make these Combine out, but from their yellow goggles, we can tell that this is probably Nova Prospekt, the repurposed prison which featured yellow-eyed Combine in Half-Life 2. Finally, an advisor appears on screen. These grub-like creatures are basically the overseers of Earth. They're strong in both telepathy and telekinesis. Usually when you'd encounter one in-game, they'd pin you to a wall with minimal effort, and would also kill victims by sucking their brains out. Yep, that one's going in the folder. The advisor speaks to Bad Cop directly. Problem is, if you didn't turn on subtitles in the game settings, you'll have no idea what's actually being said to you. It goes on to say it was surprised to find you so far away from your post and still alive. The only reason you're even alive is because the core stasis field kicked in, and it also commends you for clearing out City 10. It says they're worried about an old foe coming back, so gives you a mandatory promotion, using your consciousness as copies for future soldiers. A metal coffin lowers on Bad Cop, and he screams. I mean, it beats the time Gordon was taking fire damage. Overall, I really do like Entropy Zero. It's a great starting point, and it's also kind of hard to complain when the game's completely free. It's more how the opening chapters are phenomenal, using Half-Life 2's best mechanics, not including the stealth.
Combine!
But it kind of falls apart with these half-baked ideas and way too many energy ball puzzles. I think the peak is when you're fighting rebels, and it kind of just trails off from there. But the entire reason that I've rambled on about this game for so long is because you needed all that just to understand how much of a step up Entropy Zero 2 is, because it is easily one of the best mods I have ever played.
Wow, good God.
Entropy Zero 2 wasn't even going to be made, but Breadman eventually caved in by so many people asking him. It's hard to even compare the first and second entries because the sequel is just so good. It never really falters. The original Entropy can be beaten in less than an hour if you know what you're doing. Probably around 10 minutes if they remove the stalker section entirely. But Entropy Zero 2 is around 4 hours long, and even longer if you take your time with it. A month into development, Breadman actually paused his work on Entropy Zero 2 to focus on Unity to create something to be sold to support his young family. Mods don't pay bills, so he took some time to work in that world, but the drive to make Entropy 2 grew louder and louder.
That shit is fucking trash, dog. Get the fuck.
1.5 months later, he found himself back in the driver's seat over the next 4 years.
Where did that bring you? Back to me.
With his newly formed team who called themselves Breadmen. Very imaginative name there. And then Entropy Zero 2 was released to the public. There's so much content in this game that every couple of months or so when I boot it up to do a new run, I'll find new items or dialogue. It's the gold standard for Half-Life mods. And if you don't believe me, there's a part where a guy gets thrown into a dumpster.
Where have you been, boy? Nice to see you're still taking out the trash.
Booting up Entropy Zero 2, you're given the warning that the game is about being the bad guy.
I mean, your name literally was Bad Cop in the first game, so that's not very surprising.
You can tell just by looking at the main menu, it's a huge overhaul. The backdrop looks amazing. Difficulties even have their own icons now, representing each rank of the Combine, with Metro Cop being easy, Combine Soldier being medium, and the Combine Elite being the new Bad Cop difficulty. Some very light foreshadowing there. The game begins even further back than the original did, where Bad Cop was still working as civil protection in the city before being assigned to the Outlands where his train later derailed. And one thing to notice is Bad Cop has much more character this time around.
In a year's time, maybe I'll have a promotion. You're late, 3650. Doesn't matter. I've got friends in high places. You know that.
This was the time before Bad Cop was given that name, instead being referred to by his ID number, 3650. And I cannot give enough credit on how this opening act makes the original game completely inferior. None of the Combine you met in the opening of Entropy 1 could be talked to or interacted with, but here, every single civil protection can be talked to, with each one having 3 to 4 unique lines of dialogue each. This is only meant to be a quick prologue, but you can easily spend up to half an hour here, either overhearing conversations or being bullied by your colleagues.
3650. Don't get the right now, 36. You don't know no one respects you, right? Is that so? Truth warning. I said rules. Fine.
You really start to pick up that 3650 isn't someone who's respected. Everyone sees you as a bootlicker or a suck-up, which is a far call from how you cleared out an entire dead city just a few months later.
The teacher's call is late. Gonna boss it today. Look who it is, the brown-nosing pet. Look who it is, the asshole that never shuts up. The 36. Has anyone ever told you you're a freak? And you're ugly.
One thing I really like about these interactions is that 36 will actually clap back, as opposed to playing as Gordon, where you just spam the interact button, which led to one-sided conversations.
And would usually end with someone telling you to leave them alone, or just giving you a really awkward glance until you'd moved on.
Yeah, I'm not talking to a sucker like you. You'll just find something to wrap me out on. Whatever. Leave me out of whatever it is you do. I don't want people thinking I'm a nut job.
These interactions carry on throughout the entire game as well. I didn't even realize until like my 4th playthrough, but if you go into the console and enable God mode, he'll just mock people that are trying to kill him. 36 has around 15 minutes of voice lines in-game, which doesn't sound like a lot spread across like a 4 to 5 hour game, but for comparison, that's nearly twice as much as what Vaas had in Far Cry 3, and we all know how memorable he was. As an example, he has around 5 unique voice lines for each individual type of damage he can take, like acid,
Why does it have to be bodily fluids?
antlions,
Don't poke somebody else.
a physics object,
Girl, you almost made me swallow my gum. If I had any.
fire damage. He'll even comment when he's low on health.
Damn it, why do they have to make the soup white? That feels like it is something important. Never mind. My stomach is killing me.
Which, of course, was a direct reference to the Metro cop that was killed on the train in the first game.
That's just a taste of all the different ways 36 can express himself. Not to mention all the characters and items that you can interact with. There's even the entire Navy SEALs copy pasta in the game files, but I'm still
not sure how to trigger it.
What the fuck did you just fucking say about me, you little bitch?
Back in the prologue, there's even female civil protection, something not seen in Half-Life. There were Combine assassins, and you can actually find a picture of one in someone's locker, but they never actually made it into the final game.
36. You still haven't gotten your perk yet? Surprising. Considering you're the chief's favorite, you'd get promoted a lot faster if you let them scrub your brain. You might even improve your attitude.
A shame they didn't scrub yours then.
Maybe you have somebody to suck up to somewhere else.
She has no ass, by the way. There is 0 ass there.
Keeping in line with everyone hating you, one Metro cop calls you out for not paying him back on a poker game that you clearly lost.
You gotta pay up or what? Pay up. Poker, 2 nights ago, right after our shift. Don't tell me you got your brain scrubbed and don't remember. Isn't what you've been telling everyone else. I'll have them soon. This is why nobody likes you. You mooch and expect to be bailed out. Fuck you. Fine. Guess I'll keep my credits if you're gonna be like that.
It's interesting seeing the Combine take part in vices like gambling, because the higher-ups would probably see it as a complete waste of productivity. But also, keep in mind, civil protection are still human. They're at the bottom of the Combine pyramid. Just enough humanity to still be snide. The Broomstick Cop, which is now his canon name, certified, trademarked, badass seal of approval, gives 36 one more remark that has some heavy implications in the second game's story.
The Combine rescued my brother, and it was nice. I got him a perk. Sucks you can't even get your first perk. I'm working on it.
It's a lore-friendly reason as to why civil protection sticks around with the Combine. The wiki states that they do it for guaranteed food rations or housing, but imagine being able to be reunited with family members you lost while the Combine invaded Earth. The irony is they're only really giving back what they took away from you in the first place.
There's also a bunch of holding cells here full of civilians. They don't have any unique dialogue. They'll get jumpy when you go into their cells, probably expecting a beating or worse. But most of them just watch Dr. Breen talking on the TV. If you don't know who Dr. Breen is, why are you watching this video?
You're clearly only playing my video while you're doing something else. coward.
He was the site administrator for Black Mesa in the original Half-Life, despite never being seen.
Switching sides.
And now he's the leader of Earth, quotation marks, after the Combine invasion. In reality, he's a puppet and a coward who made a deal with the Combine for humanity to surrender and be integrated into the Combine. You can even find his own brand of water across vending machines in all the Half-Life games. If that's too much information for you, he was that one guy who screamed hacks in the Gmod idiot box. Like I said, all the interactions in the opening are great, and it shows the polish this game has compared to the original. The only issue I ever have is like some of the audio was obviously recorded at different levels, so some cops will be super quiet with 36 sounding like he's turned his headphone volume onto max.
Shut it.
You can even interact with some Combine that have a British accent.
3650. You know, breaking code 46-12 doesn't make you smart. It makes you reckless.
Redman, the creator of Entropy, is British himself, but even though these are mostly cameos from YouTubers and modders in the Half-Life space, it does make sense because City 17 was one of the last remaining cities, so it's believable for it to have been a huge cultural hub with different nationalities mashed together.
Past some prison blocks, you can see two Metro cops talking shit about you, knowing to be quiet once you come near.
Better keep your voice down. I think that's 3650. There's a 36. Has a boot taste. You'll be tasting my blood if you don't shut up.
The female Metro cop is voiced by Leadhead, a YouTuber who actually directly inspired me to do my video on Ken and Lynch 2. If you haven't seen that video, imagine an entire game being filmed on the family iPad, complete with terrible quality and artifacting.
Hey, you got something on your suit.
I have no legs.
Like I said, pretty much all the Metro cops are voiced by staff of the game, as well as well-known modders and YouTubers in the Half-Life space, like Richter Overtime, Employee 8, co-creator of Entropy Zero Uprising, yet another mod that I'll go into detail much later. And despite all of that, my only voice cameo in the Half-Life universe is Hunt Down the Freeman.
The aliens are coming! We've been compromised!
I really can't express how alive the entire prologue feels. The best thing that you can do in a video game is make the character not feel like the center of the universe, but just a cog in the machine.
And the Metro cops doing menial tasks like fixing lights, sweeping up remains, and even trying to fix manhacks makes the world feel so lived in. Not to mention how they'll have conversations without your input. It's a great way to set the stage and to remind players that you're a bad person surrounded by a bunch of, if at best, desperate people, or at worst, complete psychopaths.
Why do you have to be such an asshole, Walker? I've not been like a stadium for mistakes. Can't you see I'm busy?
Shove an ass. Literally no ass! Why live? Why live?
Big emphasis on the psychopath part, by the way, because many humans that joined Civil Protection genuinely believed in what the Combine was doing.
Get out of my face, 36. I'm clocked in.
So we've established that 36 isn't liked by any of his peers. And to further remind the player at the bottom of the barrel, you're given the job of headcrab duty, which is about as tedious as it sounds, given to by your superior, while also throwing a nod to Eli and Alex Vance.
I'm dealing with the Vance case. I'll be with you soon.
The genius part about this opening is it actually gives the stun baton a use. I mean, sure, you can say that it's just a retextured crowbar, but Entropy Zero 1 gave you the stun prod that honestly I never used apart from opening a single box in the opening. But here you're smashing headcrabs and even escaped manhacks. The manhacks, by the way, don't make a return as a weapon in this game, probably because of how disgustingly overpowered they were in the original. After making some progress in the vents, you can see a group of Metro cops using a console to look up people's past before they join the Combine, probably archived so it could be used against them if they ever decided to defect.
He's not a car salesman. Man, what a shitty job. Oh yeah, it was a shitty life. I used to love ripping people off.
It reminds you again that Metro cops were once regular humans, and how they look back on their old life in abject disgust. After some time, they'll start to search up 3650 on the database to finally give some backstory to him, because the original game had none. You were just a nameless cop. So we learn that 36's real name is Aiden Walker. He was a prison guard in Arizona. His wife died and his child was abducted, but the investigation went cold, so the police pinned it on Aiden and had him locked up in a mental ward.
The Metro cops already have a bone to pick with you, so they don't buy the official story. Instead, thinking that you're just a psychopath and go the extra step to mess with your records. So there's no chance you get a perk like Broom Cop mentioned earlier.
Let's make sure he never gets that perk. And him target up second too. And fuck his numbers.
Now we finally have some insight into why 36 joined the Combine. With nothing left in his old life and betrayed by his authorities, he's taken their role, but secretly wanted to use a Combine perk as a way to try and track down his daughter.
I know this is a lot to throw in the opening of the game, but it really helps set the stakes for everything going forward. I know most people won't care that he has a daughter. The same reason, like for example, Amnesia Rebirth flopped because male gamers couldn't relate to a pregnant French female woman.
I mean, to be fair, when that game actually had mod access, one of the most popular mods was to make the woman stop talking.
Blah, blah, blah.
But at least it gives some kind of reason that he joined the Combine, apart from...
I am Lebad.
I mean, he is Lebad. He's a psychopath. But there's a silver lining of a good person in there.
My ruined body yearns to reap death in this world. They're gonna throw away everything I've worked for. I won't let them.
After grabbing the pistol and getting a nice new animation, something that most guns carry across in this game, we're given a new prompt to breach a door. You actually have a kick feature that replaces your melee weapon in this game. You can use it to open doors and to kick around physics objects. This thing has much more weight than flinging a stun baton or a crowbar. I wouldn't really recommend using it on enemies though. After breaching the door and killing all the cops inside, you can find one lone cop without a gun who begs you to hear him out. Alternatively, you can just kick down the door and not actually shoot anyone, and then you'll get some additional dialogue from the Metro cops as they talk shit straight to your face.
It wasn't me. She was taken from me. I'm innocent.
If you noticed, entering the room, there was a security camera that turned on and recorded the entire massacre. With you pretty much dead to rights, you're taken to the officer of the precinct.
I'm innocent. It won't happen again, I swear. Say that it does at 3650. This will affect your performance. You will have to make up for your lost credits. Of course. I'll double my rounds. Lucky for you, you're worth 5 of those guys.
Ironically, because 36 is such a proficient killer, no doubt looking at the security footage of how I domed 3 people in a row, you're spared death and put on duty in the Outlands. The memory cache skips forward again and we see the opening of Entropy 01. And they've done a fair bit of retconning here by having 36 bark orders at the other cops, when in the original he was pretty much completely silent.
We're gonna clear this place nice and quick. Razor train will arrive in about 10 minutes. It's gonna pull up right next to the main building. The cargo goes on the train and then we head back to 17. Clear? If we can get that cargo back, we're all getting advances. That brings us a lot closer to our perks.
It's a nice way to show how far the sequel has come compared to the original, while still acknowledging its existence.
I'm innocent.
The memory cache skips forward again because we don't really need to experience that part of the game. I played that part already and shot a guy and got a game over. The game now takes place exactly where the original game ended, with you being transferred and your consciousness being used as a template for other Combine. During the process, 36 talks about how he never felt normal, and the Combine actually gave him a chance at finally living.
They used to tell me it wasn't normal to be like me. They locked me up, medicated me, outcasted me. People took everything from me because of the way I am, my way of life. my family, my morality. People took everything. Then came the Combine. They listened. They told me that the problems of the mind are not the problems of the soul. I only had one thing to give up for this job. My humanity. Some would say I never had it anyway.
Wow, that was really good. What was the original game's opening again? Anything I remember is like being one-tapped by a guy with a shotgun. When you eventually come to, you can see where your consciousness has been transferred into. A Combine Elite. Now, this is huge because Combine Elites aren't just your normal civil protection. They're basically the best the Combine have to offer via a human host.
I'm doing my part too.
The first time you saw these guys was when they chased you and Alex out of the Citadel in Half-Life 2, where they all kind of just looked at you awkwardly and shuffled around. Not really the best entrance looking back on it. Where the Metro Cops are humans that made the choice to join the Combine, Elites have no choice at all, being almost completely automated to serve the Combine. Being modified so much they have a single red ocular eye. They have more health, more accuracy, always use a plasma rifle, and most scary of all, are actually allowed to use its alt fire. Combine Elites had loads of iterations before the final product. Originally being Combine Synth Elite Soldiers. They never left the concept art stage. The only game I know to actually visualize them is Hunt Down the Freeman. Oh my god. We've come full circle. They were also Dr. Breen's personal guards in the ending of Half-Life 2. They have medals on their chest to show their rank and have an insignia on their left arm, a cracked human skull, possibly influenced by the Totenkopf symbol, which the SS used in World War II.
And now, you're one of them. Hooray!
Once you come to, you'll recreate the exact same animation Gordon did when he put on the HEV suit, but instead finishing it by cracking your knuckles. It's a nice little nod that you're more powerful now, but you're definitely still playing the bad guy. You'll see that all the other Combine Elites that were summoned died, with you being the only survivor with a huge Antlion infestation going on. You'll notice as well how your hood has changed and your night vision is now red instead of blue. If you're quick enough, you can pick up a fallen Elite's pistol to kill the last Antlion. This is a new weapon exclusive to the mod. Usually, you'll find that pistols you come across in loads of FPS games end up being just really irrelevant later on, unless you can upgrade them well enough, like, I don't know, putting a silencer on a revolver in Cyberpunk. You can use that for one-tap headshots, which makes the game like 2% less boring. A great example is the Doom 2016 pistol, and now you remember that pistol and how awful it was, even fully upgraded. It even looks kind of similar and functions in a similar way, albeit improved in pretty much every single way. It has 50 bullets per magazine, which sounds like a lot, but each shot will deplete 10 rounds, releasing 2 bullets, similar to the prototype pulse rifle in the first game. You can also charge each shot, which releases 21 bullets, compared to firing both barrels of the shotgun, which only releases 12. There's no ammo pickups for it in game. Instead, when you run out of ammo, 36 will just pull back the gun to instantly reload it. It's a great addition to the game. I'll be honest, I didn't really use it in the latter half, but it's still a huge improvement over most pistols you get in early stages of shooters.
Oh god, I can just hear the Red Dead fanboys coping now. Nobody tell them that handguns are over half the game's weapons. The new revolver is not a pistol.
Shut up.
Shut the fuck up!
Looking at a computer monitor, you can see the ruined citadel of City 17, giving us the idea that this takes place at least after Half-Life 2, where Gordon and Alex overloaded the core, which stopped Dr. Breen from escaping through a portal. It's actually unknown what happened to Breen after that. It's never confirmed that he died, but at the same time, he's never seen again. The mod never really tries to answer that question either. The most recent mention of him is a newspaper you can find in Half-Life Alyx, but that takes place even before Gordon arrived at City 17 in Half-Life 2. Inside the facility, there are some Antlion grubs.
Maggots!
These were introduced in Episode 2 and drop health when they're killed. They're not hostile, apart from freaking out when you go near them. I like to push them to death, Kind of funny. This is the only time you ever see them in the mod. It's really just an indicator of how long the Antlions have been here before you were activated. Before you can get into the comms room to establish a link with the Combine, you can see a lone stalker opening the door for you. I feel like this was almost a nod to how tedious the Blackout section was in the first game, with him even taking ages to get to the console. Thankfully, unlike the original, as soon as he opens the door, you can just gun him down and you never see another stalker in this mod again. Or, if you're sympathetic enough to let him live, unlike me, the advisor comes onto screen who kills the stalker right in front of you. The advisor is voice acted this time, so you can kind of understand what's being said. It goes on to say that you're the last of the copies and Wallace Breen is dead. And even speaking to the administrator, 36 still doesn't hold back on one-liners.
Connection to the overworld has been severed. That sucks.
It also goes on to say that Dr. Breen's assistant helped the destruction of the Citadel. That's Judith Mossman, who appeared in Half-Life 2, originally only being included because the original Half-Life game had only male scientists. You meet her when reaching Black Mesa East in Half-Life 2, a resistance base located just outside of City 17.
Listen to me, I sound like a postdoc. I'm just so excited to think.
Her demeanor and attitude comes off as very analytical, instantly filling Gordon's head with equations and theories as soon as he got inside the base.
Valve did this on purpose, by making her ramble on about models and statistics, while more interesting things were happening on each passing elevator floor, getting the player's attention and giving the attitude that you didn't really care about Judith.
Oh, here's a Eli now.
Huh? While Alex's introductory elevator removed distractions, Judith's elevator adds distractions that are actually far more interesting than her dialogue. Little details like this nudge players toward liking Alex and having mixed feelings towards Mossman.
That would be a considerably large nudge.
On top of that as well, she'd be accidentally condescending to Alex, which to most horny gamers would have been their love interest. So seeing their queen having beef would make the player standoffish with Judith even more.
I have the repairs well in hand. Someone misjudged the capacity of the Combine thyristor.
Are you blaming me?
No, not at all. It was a calculation error, not a mechanical problem.
On top of all this, Judith was actually working with the Combine all along, spying on the Resistance and reporting her findings to Dr. Breen. Gordon and Alex found this out while hacking into a terminal in Nova Prospect, the repurposed prison the Combine used for their experiments.
Judith was Breen's assistant all along, and basically second in command. But you never saw Judith again until the end of the game, where she says this very important line.
I'll take him from here. Don't struggle, it's no use. Until you're where he wants you, there's nothing you can do. I'm sorry, Gordon.
While Breen is trying to make a deal with Gordon, using his intelligence to help further the Combine effort, you can see Judith behind him having an internal struggle, and pull out a hack tool from her pocket to save you and the Vances.
Fuck you!
Which gives this beautiful moment where you can see Breen pick up the gravity gun and waddle with it like a literal child trying to stop you from escaping. So overall, Mossman was a triple agent. She was feeding the Combine genuine information, but had a change of heart last minute and defected back to the Resistance. After Half-Life 2, Mossman tried to work on a way to shut down the Combine super portal, the entryway they've been using all along to break into Earth. If they managed to do that, all the Combine forces on Earth would be cut off with no reinforcements. The last thing we ever hear of Mossman is a transmission she sent from the Arctic in Episode 1, saying that she's found something really important.
I'm fairly sure I've pinned down the location of the project. It's hard to say how much of it might have survived intact or whether there's anything remaining that could compromise our work if it were discovered by the Combine. We'll need to take a close look at it, of course, but I should be able to give a better opinion within a few hours. If the site is where we think it is, then it should be no more than... I'm gonna cut this short. We may have been spotted.
The project she's talking about is the Borealis, short for Aurora Borealis. Aurora meaning the northern polar lights only seen in the northern hemisphere, and Boreas being the wind god in Greek mythology. And also the thing they said in that one Simpsons bit that was memed into heaven like 5 years ago.
Aurora Borealis!
This was a Healy-class icebreaker, which was a research vessel used by Aperture Science. Yes, the Aperture Science from the Portal games, meaning that they're in the same universe. You can even find an empty dry dock where the Borealis was stationed in Portal 2.
The thing is, nearly 2 decades later, elevator, no one actually knows what's on the Borealis. That question is never answered. But throughout the game, we'll explore the area around the Borealis and through the mod, finally get some answers to what it could be. The main objective from the advisor is to capture Judith and interrogate her on what she knows about the project.
There's also another big question answered here. Why does 36, as a Combine elite, still spout out one-liners? Civil protection makes sense, but Combine soldiers and elites are stripped of pretty much all their humanity. Well, apparently, as a perk to perform better, the advisor has left your mind intact, hoping that this helps you get to Mossman easier, being able to operate as a free agent.
I would hope I'd be getting the perks they promised me. Faculties. Do not abuse it.
I love how, even though this is basically fan canon, they thought of everything here. There's even an extra bit of dialogue if you wait around too long before leaving.
Oh, right. Conversation is over. Okay. I should get moving. I need those credits.
After leaving the elevator, you're brought to the surface, and it becomes obvious really quickly that you're in Nova Prospect, the repurposed Combine prison. You can even find the pod the advisor put you in at the end of the game just a few feet away. Interacting with it gives you a brief, hazy vision at the end of Entropy 1, where you were strapped down before your consciousness was uploaded. I'm not even sure if the body we're using is ours anymore. It could be a situation like the game Soma, where the protagonist would transfer his consciousness across multiple bodies. His mind was his, but his body was usually whatever was left of the crew. You can also meet up with some friendly Combine infantry down here, who you can recruit into your squad.
Stop whining.
Any Combine you link up with here won't have unique dialogue like the Metro Cops in the opening. Lore-wise, like I've said loads of times, it's because they've had their brain wiped, acting more like dogs if anything. Any voice lines they do use are just recycled straight from Half-Life 2, something 36, still having his faculties, is totally aware of.
So, what's the deal with this place? Who left the bombs there? You guys don't sound very much, do you? Must be the lack of faculties.
I like how you can even see like one of them shake their head in complete disappointment. When you recruit any Combine, you can press C to send them to a specific location, or double tap C to recall them, with each order playing a cool animation when you do. I'll be honest, and this is totally my own fault, I don't really use squad mates much in this game, because I'm that kind of degenerate gamer who feels that if I lose anyone in my squad, I've failed as a gamer.
The same goes for healing in Dark Souls. If you healed even once during any of the Souls games, you'd never actually beat the game.
Oh, my bad. Exiting narrator.
Combine squads are great at holding their own and are actually useful in a firefight. And I was actually surprised how good they are at traversing terrain to get to locations you point out to them. Even being able to move physics objects out the way to get to a location.
Why are you kicking that chair, bro? Stop! What's that chair go against you?
If damaged, their outline will change from white to red. They can't be healed, but they'll regen health on their own if they're out of combat long enough. If you try to save every Combine you come across, you'll get a pretty large squad that can decimate most enemies. Half-Life 2 also had squad mechanics where you could recruit rebels to join you. Honestly, this was really underbaked and no one really liked it. They'd usually get in your way and awkwardly body block you in tight corridors, but thankfully that isn't a problem here, because the corridors are built around group combat, so they're a lot more wide. The only saving grace in the original was the medic rebels could actually give you a med kit, something rebels in this game can actually be seen doing to their buddies. Here, the entire prison is overtaken by antlions. It was the same for Gordon when he passed through, but there you had the theropods, glands scavenged from antlion guards, which could be used to trick the antlions into thinking you're one of them. Antlions themselves came here on accident when the Combine invaded Earth. And have thrived so much, they've probably wiped out dozens of species that couldn't compete. In episode 2, you have to travel into the mines, and you can see how vast the network is for the antlions. They're that much of a problem that even the Combine have taken notice, installing restrictors, or thumpers, which use a heavy piston that gets pushed into the ground, sending strong vibrations which ward off antlions. That's because they're completely blind and work entirely off sound. With your squad, you'll have to get to an evac point, killing antlions and throwing grenades into antlion holes to close them them up so the Antlions will stop spawning. One thing I noticed as well is how welcoming this game is to new players, with pop-ups showing exactly what you need to do to destroy the Antlion holes. People that have heard of this mod but not played Half-Life, which is probably a fair amount of you watching this video, that's why I'm trying to kind of lore master everything. You might not know the mechanics of how Half-Life 2 worked, so there'll be pop-ups telling you about interactions and ways to use items. This on-screen tutorial was probably lifted from Left 4 Dead.
Because Valve's design philosophy there was to give the players hints and instructions on how to do things in-game without an on-screen pop-up. And once the game recognized the player knows how these mechanics work, would never show them again.
Welcome to the Bone Zone.
At Nova Prospect, you can find a regular pulse rifle, something 36 comments on because he's never actually got his hands on one before, only using the prototype from the first game. It functions exactly like the pulse rifle from Half-Life 2, but like all the guns here, has updated animations. Like you're trying to physically fight the gun's recoil. You can meet up with the rest of the Combine squad, a shotgunner, and a guy up top with an MP7 who's totally unkillable. I assume to act as cover fire if the player was really that bad and they got every single Combine killed getting here. You actually saw these guys on cameras setting up turrets and throwing flares beforehand, which is a really nice touch. Behind them is some supplies where you can find a new weapon, the Slam, or selectable lightweight attack munition if you're a nerd.
These things work actually in Half-Life 2, but only in its multiplayer. The way they work there is when they're placed down, it set a red beam which would explode if it made contact with any other player. Or you could just throw them and detonate them when you wanted, like C4 spamming in Battlefield. It works the exact same here.
I'll be honest, I never really used these throughout the game. It's a nice addition, but apart from when it's a mandatory way to make progress, I never really bothered. When you use a Slam to blow down a column so evac can land safely, you're swarmed by Antlions. You'll have to close around 5 holes to make progress, which then spawns in an Antlion guard.
These things were terrifying in Half-Life 2, but usually you had enough space to at least circle strafe them.
The problem is here, no matter how good your defenses are, unless you order all of your squad to basically sit in the naughty corner,
get the fuck down,
and wait for you to single-handedly take it down, they're all going to get one-tapped by it.
Plus, on top of that, you get an achievement for saving all of them, so there's no way I'm going to let anyone die.
Once the dropship arrives, you can get in and watch literally all your efforts go to waste as every single Nova Prospect Combine stays behind and gets killed by Antlions. Man, I even set up turrets to defend them as well. I get that their objective is to make sure that you survive, but come on, man, what a blue ball. At least the MP7 guy has God mode on, so he'll probably be all right. After some time, you come to and realize the dropship has crashed.
Again, transport in a video game, are we surprised?
When you jump out the pod, you can pick up another weapon that wasn't seen in Half-Life 2, the MP5K.
Wow, I haven't seen one of these in a long time.
This was actually another cut weapon from Half-Life 2. It could be seen briefly in the Half-Life 2 beta before being replaced entirely by the Combine mass-produced MP7. The MP5K will use pistol ammo, giving a use to any pistol ammo you collect through the game, because apart from the intro, you never actually use the USP match again. Its primary fire is a 3-round burst, with its secondary being full auto but very inaccurate. It's a fun gun, and it deals slightly more damage than the MP7, but ammo for it is pretty rare because not many characters you fight actually use pistols. The next fight up ahead really shows how much combat has been overhauled since the original game. This is still the exact same AI and engine that Entropy 1 was running on, but everything has been overhauled. The rebel dialogue is more frequent. They even appear different now depending on their role, with some of them wearing welding masks to protect their face, like how Combine shotgun troops would appear different to their peers. They even have a red insignia to indicate they're using stronger weapons. 36 will cry for help when being overwhelmed. All the weapons, like I said earlier, have improved animations. Enemy grenades will glow yellow now to show it's being thrown by someone in the resistance. It's amazing how much this mod improves over the original. Even the puzzles are improved here, meaning that they're like actual puzzles now. The first one is environmental with a collapsed electric fence. If the sparks from the fence didn't give away that this is a danger, a head crab tries to attack you and dies touching the fence. I didn't actually see this when I played the game for the first time because I was too busy looking at the logo of the building we're about to break into. There are pallets that you can use to get across, and also barrels, but they're actually placed there as bait because they're metal. It actually reminds me of this guide that I read as a kid of how to interact with someone who'd recently been electrocuted.
No.
Where it told you to like stand on a wooden box and poke them with a wooden stick. Now, I'm pretty sure no one's gonna do that. Instead of being sent here alone, the advisor has sent all the Combine in the area to back you up. The logo I was too busy looking at is Arbeit Communications. Arbeit being German for work. A fictional factory made just for the mod. But by looking at the surroundings, we're definitely somewhere in the Arctic. Arbeit actually used to be the name of a random company in the Half-Life 2 beta, something repurposed for Entropy. You can even see that Arbeit used their own suit energy and medkits, giving a lore-friendly reason as to why you're still able to get armor and health this far north. Eventually, a Combine squad meets up with you just before you breach into the building.
Where the hell have you been? I killed them all already.
After breaking in, you can just see how cold this place is, with every radiator being cranked up to the max. If this isn't the Arctic, it's probably somewhere even worse. Finland. Now, as much as I love this mod, and I really do, it does have one fatal flaw. None of the fire extinguishers you shoot explode or even emit foam from them.
It's over. It's over. The fire extinguisher doesn't explode. It's over.
Completely unplayable. Entropy Zero? More like 0 out of 10. Inside Arbeit, you can fight against dozens of rebels that have been using this place as a base of operations. It's a really good way to show the squad mechanics in action. You can even order them ahead of you as cannon fodder or to actually clear out rooms. These offices have multiple branches, giving you options. You could blow the door open with a slam or go around to get the drop on them. You can even light up some propane canisters to set rebels on fire. And because there's so many Combine attacking the facility, you can actually see rebels fleeing from other Combine soldiers, some of them deploying manhacks. It does an amazing job making you feel that you're part of a huge assault on the rebels. Even roller mines get deployed at one point. These things were insufferable in Half-Life 2.
They'd roll towards you, giving you shock damage, and if you're in a vehicle, would short-circuit it. The only way to kill them was something explosive or to chuck them in the ocean with a gravity gun.
Thankfully here, they're on your side, so they're not a problem. One thing I noticed with the combat in this game, apart from the Gauss pistol, you're given a lot less ammunition than Gordon was, forcing you to change up your weapons and not rely on a single gun for the entire game, similar to how Doom Eternal worked. It really forces you to experiment, but also it makes it so much more satisfying when you finish off a rebel with just a few rounds left.
Nope. Woo! Saving Private Ryan.
Eventually, you'll confront what's left of the Arbeit resistance, fit with Arctic gear and friendly Vortigons.
Soldiers!
Combine! We can't let it get to Dr. Mossman! Hurry up and let us through!
It's obvious that they're trying to protect something, probably Judith. You can also find a radio, and when you interact with it, gives you a playback from the Gordon Freeman-looking guy you saw briefly behind the glass.
Every time we rotate the guards, we signal our watches. By the time they come back, they're hours out of sync. Whatever it is Judith sent us looking for, it has to be close.
What the hell is going on?
By interacting with a CCTV monitor, you can play back what Arbeit looked like before the Combine attack, looking somewhat similar to a workplace from Old Earth before the invasion. One of the playbacks, you can even see Mossman, which was a huge shock to me. Seeing a character from Half-Life 2 actually being placed into a mod. Skipping ahead, you can see Combine that breached a different part of Arbeit after being wiped out by the Resistance, before seeing a character that looks just like you before the feed cuts to static.
I jacked off in a tissue.
You'll see this same figure briefly on screens throughout Arbite, but apart from looking like another Combine Elite, there's not much to go off right now. Before entering the open complex of Arbite, you can get another hidden interaction, where 36 tries to make a joke with his squad, but because they've had all their minds wiped, it's literally the gif of the guy talking to the brick wall.
Surprised these idiots can play poker. Huh? You guys can't tell, but I have a mean poker face. Huh?
Inside the main storage area, we're introduced to another variant of the rebels. These ones can easily maneuver around the map thanks to repurposed Tau cannons on their backs. This is the same Tau cannon Gordon found in Half-Life 1 that was also repurposed as a turret on the scout car in the second game. They also have long full boots on, the same ones you'd wear in the Portal games when playing as Shell to negate all fall damage. They have the same health as normal rebels, but considering most of your guns aren't really fit to deal with long range, and the ones that do have very limited ammo, it forces you to push them or to spam the zoom function to line up some headshots. It's a great way to make the combat more vertical, something Half-Life 2 lacked for pretty much most of its combat. There's also a sniper here as well. They were also featured in Half-Life 2. They have the ability to use deflection shooting, which means they'll shoot ahead of you, predicting your movement so it'll hit you at the right time. The best way to deal with them is to zigzag around. When a sniper loses sight of you, it'll shoot random props near you so you can't use them for cover. They're also totally invincible to normal firearms, because spawning one in, it'll just be an idle NPC. The only way to truly kill them is to throw an explosive into their nest, which will spawn a ragdoll and despawn the actual invisible sniper. You'll definitely want to force your squad to wait when you deal with the sniper, because they'll just run straight towards you, feeding the sniper with free kills.
Oh, that looks painful.
Making it to the admin office and killing more rebels, you actually get the jump on the sniper and kill them with normal weapons, which just wasn't possible in Half-Life 2. And past the slam trap, you can find another radio that you can interact with.
Caught one of those Combine bastards and trapped it in the lounge. There's no sign of its squad leader, the one with the, white armor. We have to track the leader down before it gets the message out.
Were we not the first team sent here?
The guy on the radio could be referring to the Combine that you saw on the monitors briefly. Now, even though the AI squads can be kind of stupid, like that example of them feeding the sniper, they actually do have some self-awareness. Like how if you walk into a room that sets off some slam trip mines, they'll actually run away after hearing them being activated. This gives you another environmental puzzle, where you have to navigate a room full of slam trip mines. A callback to the puzzle in Half-Life 1, where you have to navigate an explosives room full of trip mines. There's even a rebel that tries to catch you with a grenade, much like how they did in the first game, setting off all the slams and blowing the wall open. You can also do the same to them before they get a chance to set off the mines.
Alright, what if I do the same to you, asshole? Did you survive that, bro?
Thing is though, in Half-Life 1, if you set off a single mine in that area, you'd instantly die because the room was wired up with missiles. But in Entropy, you can camp in a corner, shoot a single slam, and clear out the entire room without having to do any actual thinking.
It seems a bit cheap, but in my opinion, it just gives you more options on how to deal with the situation.
Upstairs in the lounge, you can find another radio giving important clues about the invasion.
Still haven't found the Combine with the white armor yet. I wanted to press the prisoner, but nobody's quite sure how to interrogate it, or nobody's brave enough to try.
Behind the lounge, you get the icon to use a slam, and you can link up with a captured soldier who's killed the rebel interrogating him.
How long have you been here? Clear.
You can see he's badly beaten, even having part of his skull exposed. You can actually see what the Combine soldiers look like under all that body armor in Half-Life 2. The body's stripped and covered with ports, with the organs being replaced with synthetics. The face texture is based off the picture of Eric Kirchmer, an employee of Valve who used his likeness for Gordon and for one of the citizen NPCs you find wandering City 17.
Hi there.
Hello.
Fuck you.
He needs a gun. There's a Sig Sauer P220 lying on the table that you can give to him. The exact same pistol you'd use as a sidearm in Left 4 Dead 2. Giving you the pop-up, privileged cognitive units may reassign subordinates weapons.
This isn't something that's ever brought up again, but it's still a nice reminder that you're basically the first free Combine Elite.
I'm going to need a gun.
When you get into the control room to activate the main gate that the rebels locked you out of, you have one final stand against what's left of the base. Problem is, if you saved pretty much every Combine soldier like I did, they won't know where to go, and with the rebels' vertical abilities, they'll quickly cut down any Combine you've saved so far. Not to mention, another sniper has taken the spot of the last one that was killed. You'll even have some soldiers that will try to jump down and take on the rebels themselves.
Why did you jump down? No! He's gonna get fucked. Why did you jump down? How did you survive that fall?
Which, as you can imagine, is not the best idea. So, like a true gentleman, I made them all wait outside the combat area while I did all the work myself. If the fight goes on long enough or you lose enough soldiers, 36 will try to call in for backup and the room will be shelled with manhack canisters. After a pretty lengthy fight, entirely my own fault because I made all the soldiers wait in the hallway, 36 makes it to the airlock with his squad totally intact. But before moving forward, there's one more radio that you can find in the area.
None of the people who went hunting for the missing elite Combine came back from the basement. We searched for hours, and the best I could find was a pile of blood and scraps. Something much worse than the Combine is down there.
After which you can find that one guy again who's been recording all of these radios taunting you.
Hey, you cycloptic bastard! If there's still any gears turning up there, don't even think about following us. Have fun finding your buddy in the basement.
He's only known as Radio Guy in the credits, voiced by Mitch Wensven, who runs the Half-Life news channel Lambda Generation. Here's a clip of him mocking Monster Energy for some reason. Disgusting degenerate. Going deeper into Arbite, we can see a room that looks identical to the Black Mesa office desk that you could see in episode 2, where the G-Man gave his speech to Gordon.
Dr. Freeman, I fucked you.
The wiki says that the Black Mesa 2 lobby has been retconned to being a separate facility known as Arbite Communications, which acted as a front to an Aperture facility located in the Arctic. So they're not only adding onto the Half-Life lore, they're actually trying to rewrite it now.
Some sort of energy wave passes through 36 and the squad, and we can see the ghost of another Combine elite walking through the facility, possibly the one that Radio Guy mentioned earlier. These are confirmed to be flashbacks, as another one appears where the elite clears out a room full of rebels, and when the vision fades, all the rebels are dead. The other soldiers seem to notice this as well, taking cover behind the door. But when you go in, the door locks behind you, and you're greeted by the elite that you've seen on the screens.
Is that so? And who are you, exactly? What? Impossible. They told me I was the last of my clones. Won't be the first time they've lied to you. You're not the first clone. You won't be the last. How would you know? How do I even know you are who you say you are? Aiden, you remember Ava? Ava, of course. I can't ban you. Everything about why. I'm more effective with my faculties. This is gonna be harder than I thought. What is going on?
What's going on?
It seems this elite is a clone of 3650, or possibly he's the original human that was scanned at the end of Entropy, and you're a clone of that template.
He mentions Ava, which is 36's daughter, who went missing just before he joined the Combine. The main reason he works with them is to get that perk to find where she is. But the clone tells him that he's wasting his time and that they're just using him. He seems to be operating on his own and he wants to break from the Combine, but he also kills rebels as well.
You can find posters about Bring Your Daughter to Work Day, which you could find in the original Portal games. 36 will comment on, thinking about his daughter, Ava.
Bring your daughter to work day.
In one of the rooms, you could even find a slideshow of the Borealis ship. Something 36 clearly knows nothing about.
Oh, real? What kind of boat name is that? Borealis. Right. Still a lame name for a boat. Rebels seem to be interested in it, though.
Before you get to the control room to reunite with your squad, the power goes out. Meaning you'll have to backtrack to the basement to get it working again. but not before seeing what looks like a blue headcrab teleporting around. Attacking it makes it switch to different locations before disappearing entirely. These are enemies you encounter a few times in the game and are probably based off the revivers from Half-Life Alyx. They wouldn't teleport but quickly moved around the map, distorting your vision and could cause power failures in electrical equipment. On top of that, being able to revive dead bodies to fight against you, usually acting like a boss fight to get to the next area. After turning the power on again, you realize it was just a huge distraction. As you can see, the outlines of your squad mates upstairs slowly fade out as your clone guns them all down. They put up a good fight, especially if you saved everyone that you could, but I'm pretty sure that they made your clone invincible for this segment, so they never really had a chance.
I'm fucking invincible!
You can even run upstairs to try to help them, but this will just cause a script to run which kills them all immediately. After going upstairs and walking past all your dead squad, you can talk to your clone again, where he tells you he wants what Judith Mossman is researching.
What is it with you? What's going on up here? There's more play here than you know. The rebels are hiding something huge. The Combine are crazy about it, and they need you to secure it for them. Why me? They want this. They need a specialist. And when you're done, they'll throw you out. Bullshit. I'm an asset to the Combine. Exactly. Why would they ever want to change that? They will never give you what you want, because that's how they control you. Forget about the Combine. Let's get what we want together. We don't need them.
But 36 is disgusted by him killing his squad, and also doesn't believe the Combine are using him, who have gave him so much. So he rejects the offer.
You expect me to believe that? You've lost it. Don't get in my way, or I'll have to put you down. Well, looks like we won't be working together. Having you around is just going to complicate matters. What are you planning? Think I'll put you in timeout to think things over. Ready for some deja vu? Oh shit.
After surviving the fall, we've arrived somewhere Portal players will know all too well. Aperture Laboratories.
This isn't the same labs that Shell played throughout Portal 1 and 2. Arbite was a northern outpost, much like how the vaults in the Fallout franchise were similar, but dotted all across America.
Exploring the offices that were used to study and document test subjects, you can come across an emancipation grill. These were used in Portal to stop the player from being able to cheat future puzzles by vaporizing items like cubes or turrets. Also, apparently teeth? If 36 walks past the grill, which you have to do to make progress, it'll detect that your weapons aren't part of the testing and deletes all of them. There's no way to get to the surface from here because the elevators are out of order and the stairs are also apparently out of order. Going into a back room, not the literal back rooms, I mean just the maintenance room behind the offices, you're introduced to another character exclusive to this mod, and one of the reasons why Entropy 2 stands out so much.
Weird tag. What's all this stuff doing here?
Hey, who are you calling weird? You are the one with 2 legs.
What the hell? Who the hell are you?
Oh, I'm Wilson. I've been expecting you, you know? Yeah, you're a clone. Said he'd make sure you'd end up here.
How do I get out of here?
You'll need me if you want to get back to the surface. I'll have to open some doors for you.
Fine.
Piece of cake. You'll see. It won't take us long.
This is Wilson, voiced by CW3D. Unfortunately, the only thing that brings his performance down is, in real life, he's Australian.
Didgeridoo me a favour.
Wilson is a defective aperture turret, the same ones that had shoot at you in Portal. He was left behind by your clone as a way to get past security locked doors.
Wilson has insane amounts of dialogue. He basically begins as a lore master for why there's an aperture laboratory down here, but even he doesn't know everything.
What is this place?
That is blessing. That was a joke. They build test chambers here and test the testability.
For what?
For testing.
Testing what?
Now,
For that, I really can't tell you. It's hard-coded. I literally cannot tell you.
He also counts as a physics object, so if dropped on the player, can hurt him, giving reactions like this. You can find another radio. This time, instead of being recorded by the radio guy, because he never went down here, it's recorded by your clone, which explains how Wilson came into existence. A tracker for Wilson is added onto your HUD in case you get too far away from him, because he is integral to this chapter. You need him to unlock the doors, and if he dies, it's a game over. Like this example, where I totally, on accident by the way, dropped him into a pool of acid. More on the acid, it's nothing like the brown-colored goo from the Portal games. It's bright blue and does damage upon touching it. There were some zombies up above at Arbite that were coated in it, but Wilson actually gives some context to what it is.
Man, never thought I'd see this area again.
What is this blue shit?
It's modified phytoplankton.
What does it do?
It's classified.
Fine. Keep your secrets.
With having your weapons stripped, and because you're in a testing facility, you might be tricked into thinking you're not in any real danger, but your clone has left something down here for you.
So, I should probably tell you about the gigantic man-eating monster.
Oh, you think now would be a good time?
Your clone called him Plan B.
What am I up against here?
Well, your clone was feeding at the folks from upstairs. It got kind of big.
Great.
My advice? Just hide from it. Look for vents or spaces he can't reach.
What about you?
Oh, he isn't interested in me. How about, fleshy? Crap, he's coming.
Soon, you're introduced to this towering headcrab zombie.
You can tell at the time of recording, I was actually really intimidated by this enemy.
God damn, look at that fucking ass though! Holy!
That is possibly the most horrifying thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
This enemy isn't exclusive to the mod and was actually featured in the Half-Life 1 expansion Opposing Force. Although here, it's been completely remade from the ground up in the Source engine.
The Source.
They were called gnomes and were a mature form of the headcrab zombie. After the headcrab had ample time with its host, it'd eventually mutate its body to get increased strength and stamina, and finally escape the 5'11" club.
I'm gonna use this video to refresh the
The opening in their chests can even be used as a mouth to attack the player. And as you know, me being a horror game veteran, covering multiple all-in head games, I'm still a complete bitch boy and got scared multiple times by this enemy.
Oh, fuck. Okay, that actually scared me. Okay, that's fair. That one got me. That one actually scared me.
I don't know why. It's something about hearing heavy footsteps getting closer. Like, it really messes with me.
Oh, fuck.
The gnome can be killed, but because of your lack of weapons, it'll act like this chapter's stalker enemy, similar to the Resident Evil games.
Are you guys going trick-or-treating?
It'll get alerted by any sounds you make, like completing puzzles, or, as I found out the hard way, by trying to interact with more radios to get lore.
Crap, here he comes.
Definitely not want to make any noise before getting Wilson to open a door, because not even the classic Half-Life 2 loading screens can save you.
Oh, don't be a dick. Open, 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 open. Wow, really? I can't do anything. It's a loading zone. What the fuck is gonna happen now? Yo! Okay. Anyways.
You can evade the gnome by crawling into vents. Even if he knows you're there, he'll give up the chase and reset his position. Even killing normal zombies that try to fit in the crawl space to get to you.
Okay, that was kind of based. Oh shit, he could... Oh my god, I thought he could reach in. I thought he could reach in like it's Jova.
Some of these vents are really shallow, and it's kind of hard to believe the gnome couldn't just stick his claw in and swipe at you. But I do understand that players did need somewhere to hide to reset him. There are also Aperture sentry turrets here, but they've been down here so long that all their ammo's been depleted, basically acting as noise traps. activating when you walk past their laser.
A civilian? How in the hell did a civilian get on this base? I'll have someone's ass for dinner! Get the civilian off government property!
Which, if anything, is a really clever way to still get you to avoid turrets despite them not being able to shoot at you. After crawling through some vents, you can find a dead rebel with the same G-Man sketch that was on the text dump wall in the first game, with a radio next to it. Another one can be found even mentioning Gordon Freeman directly and the events of Half-Life 2. Bringing Wilson to another locked door, he needs some time to unlock it.
This one is gonna be a bit harder to get through.
Giving you time to explore some offices which were previously locked. One of these rooms has another radio. Like, I get that there are so many, but why did he just leave recordings of himself, like, rambling everywhere? This isn't BioShock where people were recording life in Rapture. I mean, to be fair, 90% of those audio logs were, "Oh no, the monster's coming, ah!" And then it just cuts to static. This radio explains at least why your clone is even here before he became self-aware.
So your clone has been sent on the exact same mission as you, but because he went AWOL, you've taken his place without being told that he existed. So the story he told you about the Combine lying to you does seem to have some legitimacy.
In the next room, you can find the cleanest toilet in Birmingham.
Birmingham is a fucking shithole!
The room next to it, some supplies, and the final room, it's your boy, the Gnome. Which leads to a pretty funny interaction from Wilson.
Oh, a riddle. I'm trying.
This is meant to be a really intense chase, but thankfully on the security camera, he got stun-locked by a barrel. After finally escaping, you can find another Lord Dump room, where your clone has been researching what the Borealis actually was.
What's this all about?
Your clone spent a while down here. He was learning about Arbite and Aperture.
If you've got a keen eye, you'll see a sign that says absolutely no level transitions at any time at the start of this section. And after the chase, you'll come across another sign saying 52 days without a transition, which you're going to have to break. There's multiple slides you can interact with. They explain that there's been anomalies at Arbite. These were temporal disturbances. Strangely enough, a device to create these hasn't actually been invented yet, but will so in the future by Aperture Science, meaning that there's at least some kind of time travel at play here. I mean, they did say the entropy buzzword in that Christopher Nolan film, so yeah, makes sense.
This entropy runs backwards.
The second slide shows that the disturbances distort time being perceived in them, like watches stopping entirely and time passing as fast as a day in Minecraft. The third slide shows that these disturbances distort time so much that apparitions can actually appear from previous or future events, like when we saw the clone killing all the rebels, even though that event had already happened hours prior. Fourth slide shows that washovers happen, where the molecules sweep through an area, much like what we saw when entering the offices of Arbite. The fifth slide says that these molecules can be absorbed by living cells, either locking subjects in suspended animation or giving them seemingly time-bending powers, which explains why the headcrab we saw upstairs was able to teleport around so much. The sixth slide shows that getting nearer to the center of the disturbance basically makes everything I mentioned earlier even more extreme. There's very little research on its effects. The final slide shows how Aperture Science acquired Arbite so they could lead the research into these anomalies, mentioning it can be subdued by changes in entropy. Oh my god, they said the name of the game again! Round of applause, Breadman and your team. You've done it again.
Thank you all.
After the lore dump, you can get into a temporary base that your clone's been using, having possibly the worst security guard imaginable. A sentry turret. I like how they gave it a desk and a keyboard as well. Like, how is it going to be able to use that? Thankfully, you can get entry because your turret sees that you're with Wilson.
Hey. Just me and the boss. Back after a big raid. dangerous rating. They didn't stand a chance, did they, boss?
No, I killed them all.
Your business is appreciated.
Could you let us through?
Gotcha.
It really does show like how good the writing is for this mod. That entire interaction is written around a couple of lines that the turrets would actually say in the Portal game.
You can find a map on a whiteboard showing that there's multiple Arbite facilities, and we've got a long way to go to reach Judith. There's also a bunch of ammo and supplies locked behind a door, but with no way to get in, all 36 can do is an Eric Andre reference. On a desk, you can find a 357 Magnum, which gives you a cool animation of 36 checking the gun, only to find out it's completely empty. The only ammo for it is behind that locked door. Yeah, you really get blue-balled here. Like, you finally get a gun, but it might as well be a PNG in the corner of the screen. Half-Life players will be familiar with the Magnum. It was a direct upgrade to the pistol, being able to one-tap most lesser enemies, but at the cost of ammo being super rare. It's based on the Colt Python Elite, the normal Python, but also having polished stainless steel.
It's featured in loads of films and TV as the over-dramatic sidearm. It was also the gun that the sheriff would use in that show that fell off.
You can find another radio left by your clone, who again reaffirms that he's a direct clone of you, having the same memories and priorities. His voice seems to sound much closer to yours in this recording. This is probably the first recording he left when he was trapped down here. By his appearance on the monitors, he's been wounded, having to use synthetic parts to keep himself functional. You can even see exposed ribs in his full model, and probably over time, his voice box that was installed into his suit has been breaking down. Interacting with the CCTV, you can see another clip of Judith. It's not really important because we already know that she's at least an Arbite, but I'm showing this because it perfectly displays that Source Engine magic.
Just the physics subject.
I'm honestly amazed that she survived for so long, not having a rogue bookcase fall on her head and killing her. Now, even though the revolver has no ammo, thankfully your clone was dumb enough to leave his prototype Gorse pistol that he was deployed with.
That idiot left his gun behind. What an idiot.
The exact one you used before losing it in the Emancipation Grill. Now, having a gun with infinite ammo, the rest of the testing labs are more like combat arenas, having to deal with zombies and barnacles. You know, the funny ceiling aliens that you'd see eating birds in Half-Life 2.
Oh, Mr. Waiter!
There's actually a great combat arena where you have to navigate around a huge grinder. This thing was probably used to destroy any testing equipment that wasn't needed, or maybe even to cover up anything that could leak out and expose them.
If I chop you up in a meat grinder...
Oh God, no.
You're probably dead!
You can even use it to your advantage, kicking zombies into the grinder to give them instantly. You might remember that dead rebel I talked about earlier. Well, he wasn't alone apparently, because by activating a garbage disposal, you can find his friend very much alive, but not for long thanks to you. After doubling back to the clone's base, there's a hidden radio where he finally realizes he's just a replaceable clone and why he split off from the Combine. With the lock finally broken, you can put some bullets into the Magnum to try and kill the Gnome. There's a huge room for this showdown, consisting of multiple test chambers merged together. There are blue goo pools that the Gnome will use to traverse, but will also spawn an infinite amount of zombies. Also, at certain points, the test chambers will activate, causing hazards for both you and the zombies. The traps have a long wind-up sound, letting you know they're about to go off, but it can be a bit hard to hear with all the gunfire and zombie screams and gunfire and zombie screams. After finally killing the Gnome and getting one final look at all that cake,
Damn, boy!
There's another radio of your clone coming to terms with aligning with the Combine being a terrible mistake, and how he's only going to be strung along until they don't need him anymore.
Will never have to pay it up. They deceived me.
36 isn't a good person, but at the same time, you kind of can't help but feel sorry for him.
All the brutalities he did in his mind was to try and find his daughter, but in reality, he was doing it all for nothing because once he outlived his usefulness, he would have just been killed. Just like that stalker was at the beginning of the game.
Get smitten with wrath of God.
In a room up ahead, you can find a new weapon exclusive to the mod. The Zen relay grenade. This isn't cut content, but something Breadman made just for the mod. There's a whiteboard right ahead teaching the player how to use them in a diegetic way. It seems they were used as containment devices to send aliens found on Earth,
let me get out of your way,
back to Zen. The border world that they all spilled from. Once thrown, it'll detonate and quickly absorb everything not strapped down in its radius. Physics objects and enemies included, deporting them all back to Zen. But there's also a chance that fauna from Zen gets teleported to Earth in the process, the reason why these grenades were deemed a failure. This is also in relative mass of the objects that get sucked in. So if you suck up zombies, you might get some bull squid or antlions in return, but suck up something even bigger, like a whole vehicle, and you'll get a hostile antlion guard in return.
Oh my fucking god.
And yes, if you're wondering, you can use it to suck up your squad mates. Being a dice roll if you're going to clear out an entire room and get supplies, or just even stronger enemies in return. This weapon was worked on all the way back in 2018 on Breadman's YouTube channel, where you can see the stock grenade being repurposed as a Zen relay grenade.
It's not just wildlife from Zen that can be returned as well. There's also supplies from scientist research camps set up in the world.
You can find the classic Half-Life 1 medkit and suit batteries, and even researchers like Gordon that wore the HEV suit but were infected by a headcrab. With the suit voice trying to advise the zombie, having no idea its user isn't even human anymore.
Toxin levels detected. A very safe state.
Also, for some strange reason, if Wilson gets sucked into a portal, he'll be spit out completely fine.
Good.
But if you come into contact with it, it's an instant game over, with your bones being crushed as you get teleported to Zen. After one last locked door Wilson needs to unlock, he tells you the exit to the facility is just up ahead, and afterwards you can get to the surface, starting the chase with Judith again.
Well, that's the last door. Man, sure has been fun. Guess I'll see you around then. Of course I won't, because I'll be left here for an eternity. Alone. Yeah, later. There we go. Just you again, Willie. All alone in the big, cold wasteland. Yeah, fun.
Now, the genius part of this is, you can leave Wilson on his own to basically rust until he deactivates. But to make you feel bad, there's actually another locked door straight ahead, just to make players feel really guilty for leaving him behind. After saying your goodbyes to Wilson, there's one more radio left by your clone, saying he's trying to find Judith like you are, but instead of interrogating her, he just wants to straight up kill her.
The problem is, apart from losing your perks, the Combine will probably think that you killed Judith because you're the only registered clone out on patrol, being pretty much a death sentence.
You can then take the elevator back to the surface, getting a final exchange between 36 and Wilson.
It's fine. I'm gonna be fine.
It's been something.
Now this is where Entropy 2 really branches off into what I'd say are two totally different games. You can leave Wilson, make your way towards Arbite and try to reach Mossman, dealing with all the rebels on your way and teaming up with fellow Combine. Or you can take Wilson with you I see why players might find it annoying, having to carry the equivalent of the episode 2 gnome along with them. But taking Wilson with you has huge benefits, mostly all the extra dialogue the game has, because there's dozens of minutes of interaction him and 36 have.
Wilson.
And that story content alone should be more than enough of a reason to take him, which makes Wilson ecstatic, knowing he isn't going to slowly shut down on his own miles underground.
You're actually taking me? I don't have to be alone anymore?
You might have your uses.
Oh, thank you.
Shut up.
Sorry. Finally, I get to see the surface.
It's really well written how 36 wouldn't have a sudden change of heart. He's still a complete bastard and only thinks Wilson will help him at getting past locked doors. He still really doesn't care for him. And even though he knows he's on thin ice, Wilson has one request for 36. Something that's pivotal and will actually play into one of the game's possible endings.
Say, if you're taking me with you, maybe you could, help me out? Nobody else is looking after this place. Carbide 3 has an AI mainframe, but it has no real cognitive functions. If you can get me into an AI upload station, I could, run the place. I could help you out.
Alright, go think about it. Just don't get on my nerves.
Great.
It's insane how much dialogue was given to Wilson for what is now basically an optional character. Even commenting on you killing the last few rebels hiding out in Arbite Station you raided hours ago.
Killing people without visitor passes now? Well, I mean, this is private property. A change in policy makes sense.
You can eventually link back with the Combine that took the facility, and even though they're only really working with a few voice lines from the game files,
Women.
they still make these interactions great.
Surprise. You do not want to go in there.
If anything, it reminds me of the interactions you'd see the Combine have in Half-Life Alyx, where how cold and surgical their words were, it was almost turned into a comedy. You can gun down as many Combine as you want and they never turn hostile. The only lore explanation I can think of is because you're so important to Judith being found, they're willing to overlook a few accidents.
We don't make mistakes, we have happy accidents.
With the entire base now under Combine control, they've set up commands so you can get an update from the advisor.
There's a whole other facility underneath this plane. There's a huge rebel presence up here. It looks like Judith may be up at the other facility. We're about to move out. We have to send the transmission soon. Alright, there's something else. This place belongs to Aperture Science. Send us everything you got.
36 is smart enough to not tell the advisor that there's another clone of him, because although he doesn't trust him, from what he's heard from the radio, he believes him just enough not to compromise himself to the advisor, and possibly get himself killed, and yet another clone is sent to take his place. It's also obvious the advisor knows all about Aperture Science, and lets you go, but with no further delays.
Was that your boss?
Didn't I tell you to be quiet?
Silence! The advisor wasn't lying about sending you further reinforcements. You've taken one Arbite facility, but there's still a couple more outposts between you and Judith. Firstly, they send you a friendly hunter. Since a recent update, you can actually play fetch with the hunter, and on top of that, you can actually pet it. And who says game design isn't... Yeah, I'll just forget that bit, actually. Also, on top of that, because there's so much ground to cover, a Combine armored personnel carrier, which were used as roadblocks to stop Gordon in Half-Life 2, firing an automatic pulse weapon and also homing missiles that would try to disable any mounted weapon you'd use. You were never able to drive one of these in the games. Something 36 also seems to make a reference to.
I also like how the icon for it on your hood is a present. Like this is a benefit for working with the Combine, when in reality 36 is just doing the work for them.
The dispatched hunter will easily be able to keep up with the APC, and best of all, you can actually stick Wilson on top of it so you don't have to carry him around anymore. If any of you played Half-Life 2 Episode 2, you'll know there was an achievement for finding a gnome and bringing it across the entire game. This would be actual hell. For the most part, it wasn't too bad, but during car sections was actual hell because there was nowhere secure to put him and he'd slip out during chase segments. Now, you may have noticed I've been shilling this mod for how interactive everything is. Early on in the game, when raiding Arbite for the first time, looking out a window, you can see Judith and what's left of her team escaping to the next Arbite facility, setting off a car alarm in the process. Well, those same cars have been parked again, and if you shoot it, you actually force a Combine soldier to come outside and kick it until the alarm shuts off. Also, another thing that I didn't even know, the convoy that takes off earlier, it isn't just empty cars following a script. There's drivers and even someone who's been wounded, probably by you, being medicated in the back. The level of detail for something you don't even see in-game is amazing. The majority of this chapter is spent in the APC and is easily the most open section in the entire mod. It takes notes from the Highway 17 chapter in Half-Life 2, where you trail on the outskirts of the city in your scout car, making pit stops to explore abandoned buildings for supplies. This, in my opinion, is when Half-Life and a lot of first-person games are at their peak.
Having random encounters and situations that aren't mandatory, so most people might skip right over.
The same reason why games like Stalker have such a huge cult following. Because your experience getting to an objective might be totally different from someone else's.
Oh, these are not good sounds.
There are supplies to be gathered, rebels to be shot, and loads of different areas to explore. It can be a little bit hard to pin down rebels when shooting at them. Thankfully, the game will actually highlight rebels you've shot at so you can finish the job. Because sometimes the APC turret, as you'll really notice, it won't actually fire where you're aiming. There are a few mandatory times where you'll have to leave the APC to make progress, like for example roadblocks or locked gates. The first is the gatehouse, and despite this being such a small area, it offers so many different ways to approach the objective, that being the control room to unlock the main gate. You can blast rebels away with your APC's rocket launchers before going in to finish the rest off more surgically.
Dude, what the
You can even blow walls apart with the slam to directly get into the control room. All the combat can even be heard by the radio guy who tries to ask for any kind of update.
Gatehouse, do you read? We're hearing a lot of commotion down there. Has the Combine advanced yet?
What I didn't actually know on my first run is you can interact with the radio to mock the guy back on the other end.
You're not gonna be hearing from Gatehouse anymore.
What? What's going on down there? Hello?
The rebels will utilize the same Tau cannon jumpsuits they did in the warehouse near the beginning of the game, but thankfully the APC has infinite ammo and rockets. Although, that being said, the ammo for the turret does take a painfully long time to regenerate. So sometimes it might be better to just get off on foot and finish them off. Apart from all the extra dialogue, there's actually another benefit to bringing Wilson. Because you're still on Arbite grounds, the locked doors from the testing facility are on the surface as well. Because some people playing this mod decided not to bring Wilson with you. You know who you are.
One day you will have to answer for your actions.
These doors aren't mandatory like in the basement, but instead are supply rooms, which in a way tightens the bond between Wilson and 36, because it shows that he still does have a use even on the surface.
I can open these.
What's inside?
Supplies. We can find these rooms all over Arbite.
Maybe you're not as obsolete as the label on your head suggests.
There's a label on my head?
Forget about it.
The resistance, the closer you get to Judith, are much more numerous, with them being armed with rocket launchers and even scout cars that you used in Half-Life 2. Problem is, I actually rushed through the map so quickly, the scripts were trying to catch up with me. So one of these cars just spawned right in front of me.
I'll be honest, during my playthrough, a lot of the scripts bugged out. Like this Combine dropship not actually being able to land and drop off the soldiers to secure the area.
Looking closely at the scout cars, they've worked on the original model and improved it. There's a gunner on the back, protected by sheet metal so their legs aren't exposed. And the driver is actually a hacked city scanner, the same ones that would take pictures of you when traversing City 17.
Think fast, chuckle nuts!
Meaning they're completely autonomous, so the rebels have more manpower where it's important. Up ahead is a gate you need to open, much like the last area, but for whatever reason, if you've already lost your APC, you can get a unique line of dialogue here.
Overwatch, my vehicular transportation is inoperable. Requesting replacement. Please.
Honestly, it is really hard to lose the APC, unless you flip it over on purpose for the Drift King achievement, which you can do by flipping it on this mountain here.
Guess I'm not the Drift King.
I remember a time where I cared about achievements. Such simpler times. Getting to the power relay to open the gate just up the mountain, you can see that even some Zen life has managed to take hold here. These light stalks will retract as soon as you go near them. After taking care of the workshop gate, Radio Guy radios in to check on them, completely unaware of how 36 has already captured the entire area.
This is Substation Gamma calling workshop. We lost Gatehouse. The Combine will be heading your way next. Are your rocket launchers ready? Workshop, do you read?
Oh. They can't come to the radio right now. They're feeling a little, dead.
What? Who is this? Hello? Is anyone even there?
Also, want to give a shout out to the Combine soldier that pushed me during that recording. I love Half-Life 2, I really do, but I hate how NPCs do that to get to their pathfinding. Getting to another blocked gate, there's a lot of these in this chapter.
36 opens up to Wilson about still wanting to get Judith, but without the Combine knowing, wants to find his clone and take him out so he doesn't jeopardize the mission.
You're, going after your clone, right?
It's not my prime directive, but he's proving to be a problem.
With the hunter unable to follow, you're on your own trying to unlock this gate. But it's not all bad. Look, guys. Look, an Assassin's Creed reference. Remember when that franchise was good? Behind the back of the main gate, you'll notice some crates with a warning sign stamped across saying it's a portable stasis unit. These are some of the experiments Aperture were working on and offer a unique gameplay change. Breaking them open, you'll release creatures from Zen onto Earth that can be used to attack any rebels. But because they're Zen wildlife, they'll attack anything. If there's no rebels to attack, they'll attack you. It's a lore-friendly way to explain why there's so much Zen wildlife here. Most of them were in transit from Arbite before the Combine invaded, so they had to abandon them across the highway. You might even notice that headcrabs released from these stasis crates are actually textured off the Black Mesa headcrabs, the 2015 Half-Life 1 remake made by Crowbar Collective, not associated with Valve. Inside the room to unlock the gate, you can see rebels pinned to the wall with spikes, and the shadow of the new enemy for this area. The pit drone. They deal heavy damage with their spikes, but they're pretty easy to dispatch if not for their numerous numbers. They were also in Half-Life 1's Opposing Force expansion. Now, this is where the lore gets a little bit weird. I mean, it's weird enough, but, you know. So, Gordon activated the funny portal thing, Resonance Cascade buzzword, and then stuff from Zen started invading Earth, like headcrabs, bull squid. And then, in Half-Life 2, the Combine noticed this and invaded Earth, repurposing stuff like headcrabs as weapons against the humans. But the pit drones aren't from Zen. They're only referred to as Race X. Race X were many of these subspecies that you'd fight. You could even use them as weapons like the shock roach. They seem to have discovered teleportation. That's why they were able to enter Black Mesa while you played Opposing Force.
The resonance cascade Gordon caused links their teleportation technology closer to Earth by accident. But due to them not being able to survive on Zen, the border world, you never actually saw them as Gordon in the original Half-Life. They were never referenced again in Half-Life 2, seemingly phased out of the canon. But Entropy treats them like they're still canon. I know, it's very confusing.
After unlocking the gate so the APC can get past, Wilson starts to talk to 36 more about his main objective being to capture and interrogate Judith.
What is your primary
to capture someone.
So, are you like a bounty hunter?
Can you just be quiet? Try to think.
One thing I actually noticed about Wilson is how he'll give 36 hints at getting more ammo or supplies if he's running low.
Those end grenades spawn supplies sometimes.
Thanks.
It reminds me of how in BioShock Infinite you had Elizabeth that would throw you supplies when you were running low. Although Wilson isn't really physically capable of doing that, so he'll just shout at you instead. Wilson will even comment on enemies that you kill, showing sympathy for them. Wilson will actually react to loads of things the player does. One of my favorites, like throwing a grenade in close proximity to him. Like I mentioned before, these levels have A and B points, but are semi-open, letting you explore parts of the map that aren't part of the main objective, like this eroded boathouse where you can find more revolver ammo, but try not to fall into the water because you'll be attacked by leeches. These are a side effect of the invading alien life taking over Earth's ecosystem. In Half-Life 1, they could be killed, but in 2 and Entropy, they basically act as an unkillable water hazard. Apparently, some humans trying to adapt to the new world use leeches as a food source. It starts to become really apparent how much Zen and Race X fauna has been accidentally released out here. You can see boids flying in the sky. These were harmless creatures that you could see populating the Zen chapters in the original Half-Life. There's even a lone Vortigaunt, probably the same one that you saw back at Arbite 1, who stayed behind to scout for any combined forces. You can kill him, and below he's actually drawn a message of you and your badly damaged clone both fighting for the same thing. This was probably inspired by Half-Life Alyx, where you could see numerous drawings done by Vortigaunts prophesizing the upcoming events of the game before they happened.
Oh my god, what the hell?
After reaching another Arbite checkpoint, there's another switch that you need to flip, but there's also an Easter egg here. If you look behind you after activating the door, you can see another gnome. I'm not really sure what the relevance is. The community seems to think of it as a Plan C, considering the gnome down in the basement was called Plan B, and this one is much larger in size. I'm not really sure myself. I'm just gonna show it again and put the FNAF sound effect and move on. Driving through some underground glaciers, we come across another underground facility. Thankfully, still having Wilson with us, he's able to lore master on what the complex is.
It's a monitoring station which collects data for Arbite 2. It's fully automated now. No people needed.
There better not be a Plan C in here.
So, what will you get for catching this person?
Hopefully, some information.
Information?
Somebody took my daughter. I just want to know who.
Oh, jeez. I'm really sorry.
The base itself looks beautiful.
Oh my god. I get it.
It's completely underground, but that doesn't take away from the amazing lighting and fauna dotted across the map. This is a sprawling complex that asks you to push through multiple areas, activating 3 switches to open the control room to power the gate. I do want to say, I know pretty much every area during this chapter is basically finding Doom keycards, but I think it offers a lot with such a simple concept.
One thing I love about this mod is, even though how good it is, if you couldn't tell, I'm really biased by the way, it still suffers with the same Half-Life 2 problems, like how the game will sometimes freeze looping on dialogue.
Clone never told me that. That you died.
What did he tell you about himself?
Well, he told me he lost his wife to illness. He was wrongfully accused of something. Nobody believed him. He got locked up. People hated him.
Nobody would listen. They just wanted someone to lock up.
Exploring this area, it's full of temporal anomalies. Like what the slideshow explained in the Aperture testing facility. Meaning different timelines are actually starting to clash with each other, letting 36 even see glimpses of the Borealis, and past visions of people that used to work at Arbite.
Go work your cringe 9 to 5.
Wearing normal work uniforms even before the Combine takeover. Even more recent events like the Rebels clearing out this facility to take control of it. There's even a callback to Portal here, shooting an energy ball into a receiver to complete a puzzle. I mentioned earlier that Wilson is able to open optional security doors to get supplies, but one thing I forgot to mention is how not every door actually has a reward. Like this one that has a Combine zombie holding a grenade, but it's not a normal grenade. It's a Zen relay grenade that can quickly kill you if you don't spot it and make some distance. Even though in Entropy, this is the first time we've actually seen a head crab controller combine, they were actually introduced in episode 1, where you were venturing the underground with Alex.
Combine zombie. That's like a zombine, right? Zombie.
With 2 switches down, you'll have to go into the basement to flip the last one. And this is where the temporal anomaly introduces another environmental hazard. The anomaly has created splits in time that are so severe, any matter that comes into contact with it will be aged instantly, turning any human or ex-human into a skeleton. This also goes for physics props. Barrels will become instantly rusted and aged, and Wilson will instantly explode. It's a great double-edged sword, but you're also able to use it to bait enemies for a quick kill, saving all your ammo. Down here is where we get the first genuine interaction of 36 opening up to Wilson, or at least trying to.
You know, I don't really hate everybody. Just, I haven't been given much of a chance not to.
I killed a guy earlier and I swear he just wanted to run.
Well, I mean, he could still be a threat. Right.
It's nice to see 36 actually talking to Wilson now, not just using him as a tool. They're not friends or anything, but without knowing it, he's opening up about his insecurities to him. It's a very far cry from how he treated Wilson in the early game.
Holy shit.
You hurt my feelings back there. You know, you said I was difficult to carry. I wasn't designed to be carried.
Oh, shut up. Let's get out of here.
Now, you've got to be really careful taking Wilson around this area because, like most props that you pick up, you'll actually hold it a few feet away from your player model, so you can walk Wilson into these fields without realizing, very quickly cutting off any character development.
You know, I don't...
Wilson, where are you? Wilson! It's funny that if Wilson actually dies here, you can still continue the game as normal. There's no fail stay or game over screen. If anything, it'd just be what canonically happened during your playthrough.
After powering all the switches and heading back to the hub, the entire facility goes into lockdown. Again, you can see the Borealis ship passing through the entire facility. Clearly, we're getting closer to the project, or at least Judith. Instead of opening the main gate, a basement door is opened. Honestly, I had no idea where this opened. It's like playing one of those Tomb Raider games and you flip a switch and it shows like a POV of a door opening, but you have no idea where that door is. Here, 36 and Wilson continue their dialogue about him apparently not hating everyone. From everything we've seen of 36 across 2 games, I'm gonna put a huge allegedly before that one, I think.
Don't name somebody you like then.
I like my grandma.
Oh, boss, everybody likes their grandma.
It's crazy to think that so many people that played this mod would have just happily left Wilson in the testing labs and never got this dialogue. Getting back to the APC, you can finally make more progress on the road. But before leaving, there's another Easter egg. Before driving off down the highway, if you reverse back into the facility you just passed, you'll see another anomaly off in the distance. Getting out the APC and running inside again, the anomaly will reappear, with you briefly seeing Alex Vance walking towards the control room. These anomalies are meant to encapsulate events that have already happened, so there's a chance that she's somewhere here in the Arctic, which is exactly what was meant to happen at the end of episode 2. See, look guys, it's Half-Life 2 episode 3. You're 3 hours into the video, and now the title makes sense. It was totally worth it and not clickbait. After hitting, what is this, like the 5th checkpoint now? We have yet another door to unlock, but with how quiet everything is, something seems up.
Something smells fishy around here.
Looks like we're stuck, boss. Maybe we can find a way around to the security room?
It's not long before you're jumped by more jumping rebels. Did I really write that in the script? You're jumped by jumping rebels. God damn, that's awful. Oh my god. Back to the writing room with that one.
Brother, this did not see a writer's room.
These rebels are probably an assassin squad sent out to kill 36, as they're all armed with near-silent crossbows. These crossbows do heavy damage, halving your armor or health in a single bolt. You can even pick up one yourself to use against them, but like many weapons, ammo for this is incredibly rare. I'm sure most of you know how the crossbow was also available in Half-Life 2. It's a resistance weapon made out of steel they probably stole when working at the factories. The weapon looks incredibly makeshift, but it's one of the most powerful weapons in the base game. Using heated rebar to penetrate Combine, dealing 100 damage, it'd kill and hang up pretty much all human enemies. It's also the only weapon in the game to have an actual scope function, being even further than the suit's zoom function. Funnily enough, even though the model in-game has a trigger, in the view model, it doesn't even have one. Because of how devastating the weapon is, you can't hold more than 10 bolts at a time. Continuing the conversation about 36 not hating everyone, he goes on to say he loved his wife as well.
I like my wife a lot.
No, then, John, she's your wife.
What's your point?
Forget it.
This basement has another anomaly, and they're only going to be more frequent as we get closer to the Borealis. This is the first canon fight with the temporal headcrab. Honestly, for how much these things are hyped up, they're just no match for the crossbow. It only takes a couple of bolts to phase them out of existence. Just wait for them to stop jumping around, do a long telegraphed wind-up, and then shoot. Beating the mini-boss, if you even want to call it that,
Trash.
lets 36 and Wilson resume the conversation about people he likes. But here, Wilson actually tries to win him over, which leads to 36 opening up about some more of his personal life.
I can think of somebody you might like.
Really? Who?
Well,
Oh, I used to hang out with this guy at work. 28. Good guy.
I'm not ahead of mine. Anyway, what kind of parent calls that child 28?
He was a cop. That was his number. Just shut up.
Up ahead is an elevator, but because 36 is such a fat ass, the elevator can only take him and not Wilson, so you'll have to leave him here.
Hey, I'm not a robot.
Elevator says otherwise.
Jeez. I guess you can just leave me here. You look around and pick me up later.
Alright.
Talking more about elevators, I didn't even realize this, but you can actually get a hidden ending. When you're deciding to either take Wilson or leave him to rot down in the basement, you can instead hit the elevator button, run out, and then the lift will go on its own, giving you a game over screen, saying the elevator call buttons didn't work for some reason. Probably bad wiring. Bad Cop tried pushing them several times. Without escape, the host body rots. I'd like to imagine the game just ended there. Yep, that's the canon ending. Thanks for watching, everyone.
I must be the 50,000th YouTuber to do the video ending early gag. Jesus Christ.
After leaving Wilson behind, you can explore this entire area on your own.
Going down. I'll never complain about an elevator being too slow ever again.
You're introduced to a new enemy here, zombie Vortigons. It's actually surprising that this mod is the first time they've introduced this, because it'd be more than plausible that headcrabs would be able to use Vortigons as a host. You can see that the headcrabs latched onto them are from Zen, not the Half-Life 2 models.
These are wild headcrabs, not modified ones the Combine use. That might also explain why the Gnome was only in this game, because the Combine probably modified headcrabs to not mutate humans into Gnomes, in case the outbreak would overwhelm them.
Much like the Combine zombie, these zombie gaunts remember some of their abilities, and are still able to cast energy towards the player like normal Vortigons. They operate pretty much exactly the same as Vortigons, apart from the dripping blood from their face. You might also notice that they still have shackles on their wrist and legs, meaning that they were still under the control of the Nihilith from Half-Life 1 before being infected. Also meaning that they were never aligned with the rebels. They were completely forgotten down here. They do still show some kind of intelligence though. Apart from still being able to cast, they're fully aware of the temporal anomalies that can insta-kill them, and will actually try to navigate around them to get to you. There are some Arbite rebels down here, although all dead.
They're dead.
You can see that their uniform being made just for the mod. A winter jacket with a security sticker and a Bluetooth earpiece to keep in contact with other squads. You know who else had a Bluetooth earpiece?
Better call Saul.
Hey! After doubling back to the surface, you can talk to Wilson again, who asks 36 the question that made the entire Half-Life community start to simp for him.
Do you like me, boss?
What? I mean, yeah, I guess, whatever.
I knew it.
That's why right now, if you go onto Discord, open the GIFs and type in Entropy Wilson. The first result will be a heart locket saying, Wilson, my beloved.
My beloved.
This sounds like it's coming completely left field, but over time, 36 has been opening up to Wilson, being slowly sprinkled across the dialogue throughout the game.
Up ahead is another locked door that Wilson can hack, but surprisingly enough, behind it are two rebels.
two lesbians or something?
That have been hiding here for probably days, living on the supplies. You can kill the armed one, which forces the other unarmed one to surrender. I actually didn't even know that this was a feature until later playthroughs. You can actually get rebels to drop their guns on the floor and self-arrest. If they were a rebel medic, they can actually heal you as well. Most rebels in the game can actually be detained, not just this guy. You'll have to get them to low enough health or they drop their weapon and run away. Pretty hard to do during a firefight, but it is possible.
It's cool they don't actually shoot her as well.
It's kind of like trying to shoot the gun out of someone's hand in GTA 4 to make them surrender. More so, rebels that you detain, if left alone long enough, will actually try to get back up and kill you if given the chance.
Wait, she got back up? She got back up and yoinked a pistol. What a piece of shit.
It makes sense though, because you do the exact same thing if you were playing as a rebel. If you were left alive, you try to at least stand your ground, because that's what you were meant to do. And that's how a lot of action games actually work.
There's one more ambush left before you leave. Another group of Vortigons that were probably sent to rescue the two rebels in the security room. Some of them will actually have antlion mouths on their head, probably to signify their rank. After escaping, it's back to the APC for another highway section. This time with Dawn breaking across the highway. You've got a hunter chopper for backup, but honestly, it's best to keep moving. There's loads of rebels out here, and there's no real benefit to killing them. Also, wanted to point out that some of them seem to aim at the ground to lock onto you for some reason.
Just aim down and fire. Average soldier man.
Maggots! After some time, you'll encounter your clone again, who uses a rebel-hacked roller mine to disable your APC.
I tried save scumming to remove the mine before it attaches, but this is a scripted bit. Your vehicle will die regardless.
Stay out of my way. You again. Why don't you come out here and face me? I'm not a rebel out here. You can distract them for me, alright? Asshole.
The reason why the APC got disabled is because up ahead you'll have to hold out against rebel resistance, mistaking you for your clone. If you brought Wilson with you, he'll give some insight into the cabin itself.
This place belonged to the CEO.
You don't say.
If you go inside, you can actually see a picture of Gabe Johnson, the CEO of Aperture Science.
He's been dead since the 80s, dying of an illness he contracted from conversion gel. The white stuff in Portal 2 that would let you place portals on pretty much any surface. It had moon dust as an ingredient, and the prolonged exposure damaged his lungs and caused kidney failure. He technically is still alive in the Aperture desk job game, which was like a free VR game for the Valve Index. He's had his brain scanned and uploaded into a giant head.
Hey there, it's me, Gabe Johnson.
There's got to be nothing short of 100 rebels that attack you here. It's probably one of the biggest combat arenas in the entire mod. Thankfully, you can call for a combined squad to back you up.
Shut it. Don't make this weird.
And also the hunter, if it's still alive after traversing the highway.
Now, I did the same thing I did in Nova Prospect, where I told all of my squad to wait in the corner, and I tried to kill them all myself, because if any of them die, I feel like it's my fault.
The rebels actually spawn from the same spots, but it can be pretty hard to bottleneck them because so many push you at once. You'll quickly get overwhelmed. Towards the end of the fight, Overwatch will start shelling the area with manhat canisters to make things a little easier and push back the rebels so they stop spawning. There are red markers on the floor letting you know where the drop pods are going to land, so one of them won't accidentally land on you and one-shot you. You can even find another locked door for Wilson in the basement where one of the drop pods actually crashed through. After clearing out the house, more infantry show up and they stay behind to secure the cabin, or I guess what's left of it.
One thing this mod taught me, I really need to stop sticking my neck out for NPCs that reward me with absolutely nothing. I mean, at least you get this crucial piece of dialogue for the Half-Life lore.
Oh, excuse me. Jeez. How loud was that?
Did you just...
Just, forget that happened.
And people say that my videos are needlessly long and don't get to the point. Upon entering the new area, the pool of water you land in is a Zen healing pool, and for some reason makes the exact same noise as the atmosphere that you can hear in Postal 2. Man, I really got to do a video on Postal 2 at some point.
Hi there, would you like to sign my...
Zen healing pools will slowly heal the player and any creature touching it. These would be used as ways for Gordon to heal while traversing Zen because medkits were much more uncommon. This entire area is overgrown with Zen wildlife, like Zen trees that attack the player and are completely indestructible.
They remind me of Harada plants from the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. I don't know why, but like these things always scared me as a kid. They were these plants that would try to attack you if you got too close to them. Seems pretty stupid now, but again, I was literally 9 years old when Oblivion came out, so basically oldest pyrocynical viewer.
There'll even be bull squid eggs here that, if are disturbed, will hatch into baby bull squids. They have about as much health as a head crab, so can easily be kicked to death. There's also 2 Aperture sentry turrets that were left down here, probably to guard the Zen fauna from spreading even further. Although, in reality, they're not really good at securing anything, being knocked down in a single hit, forcing you to set them up again. The best thing to do here is to set them against the fence, so they can cover this pool that splits off into different areas. There's also another unique enemy here, the Stuka Bat. These were never actually included in Half-Life, being cut from the game but still being found in the game files. Named after the Junkers Ju-87 Stuka dive bomber used by the German Luftwaffe. This World War II aircraft shared similar wings to the Bat. The Stuka Bat also attacks enemies by doing a dive bomb animation. You can find another whiteboard explaining that pink portals have opened up across the area. The same portals that you'd find in Opposing Force, meaning that this is Race X. That's why you'll see creatures fighting each other without your input. It's 2 different species fighting over dominance for the area. You can close the portals by throwing a Zen relay grenade into them, promptly closing the portals for good. After closing all the portals and activating a tram system to get out the area, another gnome starts to hunt you down. Thankfully, unlike Plan B, you're heavily equipped this time, so it's more like a mini-boss than an actual drawn-out stealth section. If you leave it alone long enough, you can see it run towards all the aliens and start to tear into them, meaning that if you're quick enough, you can actually avoid the entire section, or instead, you could just spam Zen grenades like I did. The game always gives you options for combat encounters. After attaching Wilson to the back of the tram, which is much needed, I'd hate for him to fall off and I'd lose all my progress, you come to another checkpoint. But when you go to check on Wilson, a head crab is actually attached to him, trying to infect him. But obviously, him just being circuits and wiring, it doesn't really work out too well.
This is making me really uncomfortable.
By using some Zen grenades to move more boulders from the collapsed tunnel, we can use a cargo lift to get back to the surface. But before doing that, if you use some more grenades to remove this other boulder that looks like it's part of the map, you'll find a skeleton with some ammo. Use a Zen grenade on the skeleton and it will be absorbed, and 2 lost souls get spit out, these being the same enemies that you'd fight in the Doom games. If the floating screaming heads wasn't subtle enough, 36 will even quote the Doom guy after killing them. At the top of the elevator, there's some supplies, literally begging you to get them. But you've got to be quick because the elevator is being held up by the equivalent of dental floss. And under 36's colossal weight, if you stand on it too long, it'll crash down. After getting outside, we're finally at the other Arbite facility and regroup with more Combine that want to break into the facility. You can even link up with the Hunter again that was traveling with you on the highway. On the outside, you can also find another temporal head crab here for the achievement. But come on, you don't really care about achievements, do you? Surely. The Combine are breaching into the base from different angles, with your team being another Combine Elite and a Hunter. Getting up to the doorway, you finally get a lock on Judith. And despite a building in between you two, you're just a couple of feet away from her.
Holy shit. It's her. 3650 to Overwatch. Target sighted. Preparing to engage. She is here. Send it all in.
Now this part really made me fanboy out because you're actually intercepting Judith the exact same time that she gets attacked in that video recording Gordon and Alex watched in episode 1. This is the closest any mod has tried to weave its own narrative into the Half-Life canon. So what I'm going to do is play the 2 videos side by side so you can see just how accurate it is, even using the same animations and location.
I'm fairly sure I picked out the location of the project. It's hard to say how much of it might have survived intact or whether there's anything remaining that would compromise our world if it were discovered by the Combine. We'll need to take a close look at it, of course, but I should be able to give a better opinion within a few hours. If the site is where we think it is, then it should be no more than... I'm gonna cut this short. We may have been spotted.
She's getting away.
Believe me when I say I was doing the soy face the entire time this was playing out. All right, I mean, me kicking the camera isn't exactly what happened in the video recording, but I'll take it. You can leave Wilson to hack a door here. It's a red herring though, because the door will actually unlock on its own later. It's basically a safe place to put Wilson down so you don't have to keep carrying him and putting him down every 2 seconds to shoot at rebels.
Why don't you leave me here and come get me later?
You can see rebels fleeing and Combine clearing out rooms without your input. Again, really helping sell the idea that you're not on your own anymore.
The only problem is you can tell a lot of these encounters are really scripted, and also the Combine have God mode because some of these gunfights, they end up going on for way too long and just become really awkward.
Fucking hell, they're shotgun Combine. They should be wasting them. It's like, I'm not the enemy here, buddy. I don't know why you're looking at me.
There's loads of enemy variety down here, despite them mostly being human. You can even see normal staff members researching at Arbite that heard the lockdown and probably just grabbed a pistol onto their desk.
Dying all around me.
Man.
Wilson, originally not really understanding why you were killing people, now gets the weight of the situation and even compliments 36 on his work.
You're great, Commander.
After getting into a control room to let your squad in, you're cut off again while your clone has your full attention. I know that this is a very common trope in video games. I remember playing, like, for example, Fear as a kid, which is a really good game, by the way, and I do want to cover at some point. But whenever you'd leave your squad to investigate something, you knew that you were just going to get screwed over doing it.
Hey, asshole. I told you, I'm taking you out. Shut up. I'm talking now. What are you planning? What can you possibly achieve? You failed. And now it's my turn. You don't get it. What the rebels have found up here is important. They will want it. So do the power. Whoever can control it wins this war. And you want it all for yourself? What about the Combine? We weren't treated like the others. They see something in us. You're a willing slave. That's the difference between us. You'll be tweaked. I enjoy the power, but I've always been in this for me. Killing people made me feel like I was put a thing right. You need to stay out of my way. He's making a bad impression. I'm gonna have to stop him.
Despite that, the clone is actually slowly losing his ground. With both the rebels and the Combine against him, he's being slowly backed into a corner, which is a change of pace for this mod, giving you the advantage. Getting outside, you can see the scale of the Combine invasion on the base. You can hear a hunter chopper overhead while talking to your clone, but now there's even a Strider firing down on any rebels, and also some additional Combine gunships. You can even repurpose some of the rebels' weapons against them, like the hopper mines.
These were originally Combine mines in Half-Life 2 that would retract before jumping into the air and exploding when landing. Not much of a threat to Gordon, and with a pretty big design flaw that it will be friendly to whoever touches it last. Despite not being a threat to you and being able to pluck them out the ground with the gravity gun to make them friendly, I lost way too many squad mates to count because they would just have no idea that these things were a threat.
You can even find the same EMP tool that Alex used on the table. Picking it up, it'll open the exact same way that Alex's did when she was hacking locked doors, something that was majorly expanded on in Half-Life Alyx. Ironically, the exact same hack tool that Judith used to free Gordon at the end of Half-Life 2. It'd make sense the rebels having one of these around because Alex would use them to reprogram roller mines, which the rebels have already done here. You can pick up some hacked turrets as well, even though they're non-functional.
Holy shit. They got angry there.
Probably from some kind of PTSD, your squad will freak out and instantly try to body the turret if you touch one. Up ahead, you can find a payload transport tube, which you can put Wilson into. This will safely move him from one part of Arbite to the other, so again, you can enjoy the combat without having to carry him around everywhere.
We're gonna have to go through all the idiots that control it before we catch up with Judith.
After clearing out the exterior, you can pick up Wilson again, trying to be careful of any leftover turrets that the rebels managed to hack.
There you go.
Did not think that was an enemy turret.
You'll finally come to where some of the last rebels have been hiding out, caring for the wounded. It almost feels wrong to sandwich them like this, but thankfully some of them are clever enough to realize they've lost the fight and surrender.
You can't trust me. I don't even trust myself. I don't know who I am anymore. I'm getting too much money.
Unfortunately though, still no Judith, because you're pretty much the only competent Combine this far north. And the other one isn't even working for the Combine anymore.
Wait, I thought we had Judith surrounded. Did you idiots let her escape? I think there's another excavation somewhere around here. There's no other place she could die. You guys search for any openings up above. I'll look for an entry point down here.
So as per usual, you'll have to progress on your own. You can see that you're very close to Judith now, as the rebels have started burning any research so it can't be used by the Combine. You can find an information board explaining the difference between the Zen healing pools and the toxic blue goo. We already know how they work, but it's interesting how it says a minty blue will cure the flu. Possibly the rebels here were able to treat people suffering with the sea flu back in City 10 with the Zen healing pools, explaining why there was so much research here. This area, by the way, looks amazing. Helped with the verticality, you're attacked by jumping rebels. Now, I know that they can survive long falls thanks to the boots that they wear, but it's a bit overkill that they can fall off a whole kilometer and take 0 damage. Thankfully, there's some bull squid down there to finish them off.
Wait, did he miss? Did he just miss and land? Oh no, he landed safe. He's just right below me. Whee!
You can even drop Wilson off the ledge, totally on accident, by the way, which gives 36 the first shred of emotion he's had all game.
Wilson! Wilson! Wilson!
One of the last puzzles in the game is an entire room filled with hopper mines, and you can even see the rebels who set up the traps run off as soon as you enter the room. Without Gordon's gravity gun to pluck them up and reset them, you'll have to rely on baiting them like every Dead by Daylight player. Or using Zen relay grenades, which of course will probably spawn loads of creatures from Zen. It's an interesting puzzle because depending on how you approach it, like a skilled gamer or a complete idiot, it can be one of the easiest or hardest times you'll have in the entire mod. Afterwards, there's another temporal headcrab that you can kill. I feel the mod introduced these, then kind of just forgot about them. They really don't impact the story in any way, and the fights themselves are kind of underwhelming. But you know what? At least after I killed it, I got this interaction after picking up Wilson.
Hi.
You can tell the relationship is just blossoming. I hope there'll be so much fan fiction after this video drops. There's another airlock to get through, similar to what Gordon went through to get to Black Mesa East. And this one ends up being pretty much the same interaction, with the reveal being different.
We've got something. Okay, it's human. Hello?
Hello?
Oh shit.
So, this is where you've been hiding.
The closer you get to Judith, you'll notice that they're starting to recycle what little general dialogue she had from Half-Life 2, which was very, very little.
We've got something. We've got something. Okay, it's human. Okay, it's human. Hello? Hello?
Because so much of what she said was so specific to the plot, it probably would have been really hard for the team to find anything organic. The Combine follow up behind you and help you breach the door. Unfortunately, the only other elite in the squad gets one-tapped by a rebel with a crossbow. It's scripted, so you can't save him no matter how fast you are. Clearly a skill issue. One thing to note here is, as Judith is running away, she's followed by a guy carrying a briefcase with her work.
It's called hentai, and it's art.
This is actually the exact same rebel that was with Judith when Gordon made it to Black Mesa East. His name is Chester, but when you try and talk to him as Gordon, he'll just hurry you along to follow Judith.
Good to know you. You'd better get going. Dr. Mossman's waiting for you.
It's honestly really cool chasing after her, watching the unarmed scientists shit themselves, locking eyes with you, and then running away quickly while calling in for more backup to hopefully slow you down. although it does take you out the immersion a bit when you try to see them awkwardly try and get past each other, but it's a free mod, I'm not really going to complain. Briefly getting to the surface, you can see a Combine dropship being attacked. I like how in-game stuff like this easily communicates that there's still more resistance around the base. We definitely haven't taken full control yet. You can fight another resistance pocket holding out surrounding an old world chopper. This is the MIL MI8, the exact same model that we saw in the hangar at the end of Half-Life 2 Episode 2. The same chopper that Gordon and Alex were meant to use to reach Judith. There's even concept art from Half-Life 2 of the helicopter being crashed in the Arctics. I don't think this is the same one Gordon and Alex used, but it's still a cool reference.
Oh, this is another one of those long ones. How about you just leave me here for a while and I'll figure this out.
Really? What if I can't come back for you?
I don't think there's many ways in and out of this place, so it'll probably be fine.
Alright.
Leaving Wilson yet again to hack open a door, we can get to Mossman, but before that, there's a storage room, and the radio guy calls you out, warning that he gave you a chance at Arbite 2 to not follow him, which obviously we didn't do. Unless for whatever reason you just quit the game as soon as he said that, with his deep, booming, intimidating voice.
Is anyone still alive out there? They've got us trapped in the tower. We need help.
Sounds like we finally cornered them. I'm not letting them get away this time.
Alright, I said we had our last chance at Arbite 2. Maybe that was our last chance. We'll never be back now. We took down the Citadel in City 17 with less. Remember what we're protecting. This is for the Resistance.
I've got your resistance right here.
I like how he says that they took down the Citadel with less, when Gordon Freeman is probably the single most powerful human in the Half-Life canon.
We? Who's we? There is no we.
I'm sure there's videos on YouTube of who would win, 100 rebels or one man with a crowbar. Speaking of which, some of these rebels think that they are literally him, by the way, and will rush 36 with a crowbar.
What the fuck? Bro, I thought he was Gordon Freeman.
This is all the rebel forces left in the Arctic against you. Rebel manhacks, even scientist Vortigons joining in because there's nothing else left to throw at you. Not to say that they don't put up a good fight, they wiped out pretty much my entire squad multiple times. As a last-ditch attempt, they even throw a cluster of Zen relay grenades into the room, which spawns loads of Zen wildlife. HEV suit zombies, Antlion guards, and even security guards that got turned at Black Mesa. After the fight, you can tell that 36 feels unstoppable, literally mocking what rebels are left in the base.
Judith, Mossman in here. Okay, your benefactors humbly thank you for your cooperation.
Before you can get to Judith, though, your clone has already caught up to the radio guy that's been mocking you throughout the entire game.
So you're the one who got me stuck down there.
Help me!
Well, he's dead.
You can see your clone talking to him through a shadow cast on the wall, mirroring Half-Life Alyx, where you can see an unnamed scientist talking to a Combine advisor. To anyone wondering who that woman was in Alyx, by the way, she seems to be a totally unique character. People easily mistake her for Judith because she was also working with the Combine at one point, but looking at her model, she seems to be an unseen character in Half-Life's story. That being said, some people do think that this could be Colette Green from Half-Life Decay, the multiplayer expansion for Half-Life. She, like a few others, made it out of Black Mesa and was around 30 at the time, but her model here looks into her late 40s, which would add up timeline-wise.
Last chance. Where is it?
The Entropic control facility. It's there. The airlock is on the ground floor. You gotta believe me. The ship is big trouble. She should have never have. What are you doing?
We're done here.
Oh God! Please no!
With the radio guy dead, if it wasn't apparent enough that the voice actor was an E-celeb, 36 just blatantly says it out loud.
Shit. I guess the show's over for this guy. Not how I would have handled it. I was gonna ask for an autograph.
Heading to the top floor where the satellite uplink is, you can see the final few resistance left in the entire base trying to protect Judith. They put up a decent fight, but they're really no match for everything you've been through just to get to her. 36 then confronts Judith, and because she talked over him one time, I shot her in the face, getting you the good ending of making the woman be quiet.
I've been tracking you for days now.
What?
You're coming with me.
No.
If you somehow manage to fight the urge to not gun her down, which is probably hard as that QuickTime event in Black Ops 3, you can finally talk to her, amazed that you've made it this far on your own.
Finally. I've been tracking you for days now.
What?
You're coming with me.
No.
Listen to me. I didn't come all this way for nothing. You're coming with me one way or the other. You don't want to know what they do to people who don't comply. You stick with me and do as I say. Do I make myself clear? Good.
Like I said earlier, the dialogue with her is really bare bones because there just wasn't much to work with in the original files. There's a video uploaded by Blackhand that shows what the interaction with Judith could have been like if she was fully voiced using AI to fill the gaps.
Its recent increase in activity could be connected to the unstable portal energies here in City 17.
But how? The reactor core was destabilized only hours ago.
I can see why they didn't try anything like this with the actual mod though, because it brings up dialogue and, voice actors consenting to stuff like this, which if you've looked at Twitter lately, they don't really agree with it very much.
More Combine arrive to secure Judith before your clone arrives, and one taps all of them with an energy ball.
Yeah, that's right. You're too late. I got to Judith first. Losing the point. She's still gonna die.
What?
Neither of you are leaving this place alive. Look who's talking. You have nowhere to go. Everyone in this place wants you dead. Wouldn't be the first time. You should know. Or perhaps you don't remember as well as I do. I'm sure I remember it better. So, Dr. Mossman, how about you open that door back there before my psychotic clone mutilates us?
Oh, yes.
Even though the game pushes you to leaving Wilson to unlock the supply room, if you brought him with you all the way into the comms room, you'll get this extra bit of dialogue.
Oh, boy.
Why are you hauling around that waste of space? He's helping me, unlike you. Oh, yeah? How? He opens doors. I couldn't get any of use out of them.
After retreading your steps all the way back down to the Combine HQ, avoiding him and manhacks that is repurposed, you can secure Mossman with the Combine. Probably a side effect from being exposed to so much blue goo, your clone is completely invincible, so you can only run away. Basically, treat this entire encounter like you're PewDiePie playing an amnesia game. After Judith is hauled away, the advisor speaks to you again, telling you that you've completed your mission.
I told her that you could count on me.
We know pieces of Judith Mossman's discovery. With our capture, we will tear out everything she knows.
That won't be necessary. She's complying. Should have let you was sending a transmission before I got to her.
We have already intercepted it.
So the advisor confirms that the message they intercepted was the one that she was trying to send to the rebels. That's why Alex and Gordon were able to see the message when inside a Combine facility, because it was stored on their servers. It's also interesting that 36 doesn't want to see Judith harmed. She did save his life, but again, he's showing small parts of compassion that directly go against the Combine. But the problem is, if a Combine can be turned back into a human with emotions, they can rebel.
He's defective. I'm innocent.
The advisor wants to use you to kill your clone, not even questioning that that's you and totally aware that it's another clone of you, which pretty much confirms that your clone was being honest with you about being used. I don't even think the advisor cares which one of you kills the other, because at least then it's one less problem to deal with.
Going through another airlock into the sub-zero temperatures of the Entropic control facility, apart from Wilson, you're now completely on your own. So it's you and your clone now. He wants to activate the Entropic control facility to destroy all of Arbai and to get to the Borealis.
You can't run from yourself forever. Whatever you're doing, stop. All you've done is resist me. What do the rebels have up here? What are they hiding? You wouldn't believe me if I told you. The last of them were trying to intercept it. I'm gonna flush them out.
This is the chapter where you speak the most with your clone, basically speaking to yourself, trying to understand why you went down this path. We already knew why he turned against the Combine because of the radio collectibles from the testing facility. But as you get closer to him, he starts to get more desperate, sounding like he's trying to reason with you more than anything. As you get closer to the core, the temporal anomalies become more stronger, at one point even being transported to what looks like the inside of the Borealis ship, having to navigate at impossible angles to get out. These were the washovers that were mentioned on the slide, at one point even seeing your clone struggling to walk, covered in flames.
Get out of here.
You can then see your clone interact with the ship's core, which explains why he's been able to survive impossible amounts of damage. He's using whatever energy comes from the Borealis.
You turned your back on the Combine. Turned your back on me. There was no point in trying to explain this to you. The secret that lies behind these doors. The Combine would give anything for it. Think about it. We can do this together. We can give us anything they could ever want. They'll give us what we want if we hand it over. They'll stop being a pain in my ass and let me through. We can't just hand this over. You don't understand. They want to fight you. I should get away.
Your clone still pleads with you to work with him to find the secrets of what the rebels were working on, but 36 doesn't want anything to do with it, still wanting to not jeopardize his relationship with the advisor. I mean, to be fair, about 10 minutes ago, he was chasing us down a corridor, trying to kill us. Fighting your clone, he has tremendous health, man-hacks, and can also teleport, thanks to interacting with the ship's core. It's a good fight, having to take time out in the middle to get supplies, because ammo collected throughout the mod has always been semi-scarce. One good tactic is to use Zen relay grenades to distract him with Zen creatures, so then you can get some dirty hits on him. Towards the end of the fight, you're teleported inside the Borealis, and after shooting an explosive barrel, you can set him on fire as he walks away, barely alive. So that glimpse of him inside the ship was actually an event that was going to happen, meaning the temporal washovers weren't only in the past, some could have been in the future as well. With the doors now open, you can rush in and reset the core to stabilize it before the facility explodes.
Heat extractors activated. Cave integrity tolerable. Core throughput 78%. Core entropy 0.
Wow, he said the name of the game. I get it now.
After the fight, Wilson is pretty badly injured, losing 2 of his legs and his core being heavily damaged. Honestly, I was really surprised that this fight took it out of him because I have been taking such good care of him across the entire game.
Can I just shoot all these? Or is that just gonna destroy everything?
Following your clone into the airlock, you can find the AR pulse rifle that he was using against you.
This thing kept me alive in City 10. Let's see if we can do that again.
This is the exact same rifle that you used in Entropy Zero 1. It shoots 2 shots, has multiple energy balls, and also 90 rounds per magazine. It seems like a downgrade with how bad the accuracy was in the first game, but this version has been tweaked, so it's a little bit better. It even has a unique reload animation where you detach the entire magazine to load a new one. Even though the quick switching of the standard pulse rifle is much more efficient, this just, it looks cooler. Your clone contacts you again, and you can tell how badly wounded he is. Because apart from being, you know, on fire at one point, his installed voice box is breaking down to the point that you can actually hear his normal human voice. The same voice that you would have had before joining the Combine.
Well, yeah. We gave everything for this privilege.
Have your mind. Our mind. Our memories are past.
They listened. They taught me.
They fixed you. They fix all of their errors. They know exactly what to say to keep you interested. You should never have signed us on for this bullshit.
36 and your clone are both voiced by Sam Pearson, a UK voice actor that has his own YouTube channel. He's not a novice to voicing Half-Life mods, voicing your boss in another popular Half-Life 2 mod, Under Hell.
Everyone is a potential hostile. Do not take hostages for granted.
He does a great job throughout the game voicing both you and the antagonist. You could argue that he's hidden under layers of audio effects, but I think he nails it when he's trying to be sincere, and also when he's doing the equivalent of Marvel one-liners. Your clone was able to escape and shut the exit off, meaning you have to deal with one more wave of rebels trying to stop you from getting to the Borealis. I know I've said like 3 times that that's the last group of rebels. I have no idea where these rebels are even coming from at this point. They'll spawn in elevators in groups, but will also send jumpers through the glacier scaffolding on the ceiling. If anything, it's a really good excuse to use the new AR2 before the game ends. What I like to do is set up hopper mines outside the elevator entrances to basically spawn kill them. After finishing them off, the remaining forces will surrender, although you can tell that they're definitely not too happy doing so. At best, they'll probably be forced into civil protection for how efficient they were, but more than likely they'll be interrogated, killed, or turned into a stalker to send a message. Even after detaining a few rebels, one of them jumped down with only a pistol to try and save her friends. It's crazy to think how this could have easily been the setup for an entirely different Half-Life mod. Like I've said multiple times, this mod does a great job of making you think everyone has their own story. After accessing the cargo bay, which will take you to the Borealis, your clone's voice is broken down even more, and you can hear his human voice without any kind of filter now.
With the ship in my hands, we could have bargained.
Bargained? For what?
Answers for Ava.
Do we believe the Combine will hold up their end?
How much you've done for them. You have to show for it. Nothing. You idiot. This is your last hope.
So now we know why your clone wanted to get to the Borealis. He only wanted to get to it first to bargain with the Combine to get answers for his wife and missing daughter. Which goes to show that even though towards the end, you could have sympathy for your clone, because he was still trapped in the cycle of serving the Combine. He didn't think once about using his awareness to side with the rebels and be an insider for them, instead going on his own to try and be the best soldier, hoping he'd get answers. Traveling through the cargo tunnel, there are loads of anomalies here. None are harmful, but are honestly amazing to look at. At one point, being able to see hundreds, if not thousands of stars and planets in an endless void. The Combine may have control of many planets, but there will always be more out there. It's a reminder that even though how far you've came, you're still just a drop in the ocean. And this is when Wilson finally gives up.
Boss, I'm not gonna make it.
You're gonna be fine.
No, I don't think I am.
No, you're fine.
You're yelling at me.
I'm not mad. I'm gonna get you uploaded, remember?
I don't blame you for being angry at the world.
Don't do this.
Don't blame yourself. There are some things in life you don't get over. It's a fact of life, boss. You gotta accept that.
Don't.
Just remember, I believed you.
Wilson, stay with me.
Get rid of the ship, boss.
Ship?
You don't need.
Wilson.
Wilson shuts down, his light dims, and he's basically scrap now. Amazing to think how far you've came with this little guy, and now he's of no use to anyone.
I'll never let go. I promise.
Leaving Wilson behind, which was really hard to do the first time I played through the game, you can push forward to see the Borealis, proving that the ship is real, the thing that's been teased throughout the whole game. You can see dead personnel and rebels across the walkway. To get onto the ship, there's an iron gate blocking your way, which your clone is lying up against, barely alive. You can get your revenge and cut his dialogue short just by killing him. Funnily enough, when I streamed this, it was an older build of the game, so you could kill your clone by throwing a physics object at him.
But let's say you didn't do that, and you actually heard him out.
Does the ship really mean that much to them?
It contains everything they've ever wanted.
So, all this time,
I've learned alone. I saw what they're doing. Using us. We're slaves.
Maybe I could.
Oh, fuck you. Now you're going to listen. No. It's too late now.
You didn't give me much of a choice.
When this is all over, they're gonna wipe the slate. You know that, right? After they see what I've been doing. This is the end. For us. For you.
They're letting me keep my faculties. They told me.
You're like me now. Now you know the truth. You can't hide that from them. They're in your head. They can't trust you anymore.
No, I can prove it to them.
You know they can't help you. You don't need them.
You're wrong.
I'm done trying to resolve your past. I'm done with my life.
It's our past.
No. You gave everything for this privilege. Remember? Put me out.
If you choose to spare him after all he's done to you, it doesn't make a difference because you'll be pushed back as a cargo container falls on him, killing him instantly. The advisor that's been monitoring your progress has been listening the entire time, hiding itself behind a bunch of props to make it look like another anomaly.
What do you mean?
Your clone was right. With the advisor getting what it wants and you posing too much of a threat, it'll wipe your memories. Ava, your daughter, your clone, Wilson are all completely scrubbed as you see visions of the Combine Dyson Sphere, a hypothetical megastructure that encompasses a star to harness its energy, after which the advisor asks you basic commands to check that you have no free will left.
What is the status of your explosion? Leader 1 has negative movement, but 7-2. Primary target is secure in custody. Secondary target neutralized. For a primary target for interrogation and processing. Excellent. Report all radios free.
Sounding more like a standard Combine troop than ever before, you've forgotten everything and are now just another pawn for the Combine. A post-credit scene shows the Combine taking control of the Borealis, with multiple advisors overseeing the excavation. Still playing as 36, you have no control of his movements. Pretty fitting as you've had all free will stripped from you, but while on patrol, the base comes under attack. You can hear sounds of a gravity gun being used to repel Combine. And when you come to, you'll see Dog, Alex's pet her father made to protect her. But before you can engage, another gravity gun pickup sound plays behind you. The object is then flung at you, playing the classic Combine death sound.
So we can tell from this that shortly after 02 ends, Half-Life 3 was meant to pick up, with Gordon and Alex in the Arctic. One thing to note is you never actually see Alex here. That's because when Half-Life Alex ended, it retconned the game to have her being taken by the G-Man and put in stasis, instead of having her travel with Gordon into the Arctic. So this game treats Half-Life Alex as canon. Now, thankfully, that is the bad ending, because Jesus Christ, if that was the only ending, I would have not made this video.
You can instead resist the advisor, ignoring the on-screen prompt and shooting at it, which forces it to try and kill you. Advisors aren't physically strong, but have incredible telekinesis. And it'll use that to hurl entire shipping containers at 36. It'll also use a shield to deflect most of your shots, only opening itself up briefly to recharge. Even during this fight, 36 will plead with the advisor that he's only doing this because he doesn't have a choice.
You're making a mistake. I'm loyal to you. I don't want to fight you. I'm giving you a choice.
Even after all he's been through, he's still somewhat loyal to the Combine. You can hide inside sheds to get supplies, which the advisor will quickly destroy. Probably calling back to the El Gigante fight in Resident Evil 4, where he'd destroy buildings that Leon was hiding in for too long. During the fight, if you have any remaining Zen grenades, they'll now exclusively summon Vortigaunts who will join in kicking the space slug's ass. Even after killing the advisor, 36 isn't happy. He knows that he's a marked man now. If anything, he's frustrated that he put so much time into the Combine and they just kept using him. If any of the Vortigaunts survive the fight, one will actually have something interesting to say.
We will continue our hunt for advisors. Our purpose is mutual.
We cannot forget those whose cords you cut. Forgiveness is not ours to bestow.
Your mind is opaque.
We know you.
You're not the first to harbor such illusions.
We have survived worse across the ages. We have endured these chafing bonds for eons, yet a single moment of further servitude seems intolerable. How often have we slipped our yoke only to find it choking us again? Let this war end in either total victory or our extinction. No further compromise shall we allow. How many are there in you? Whose hopes and dreams do you encompass? Could you but see the eyes inside your own, the minds in your mind, you would see how much we share. We serve the same mystery.
You're not the first protagonist in the Half-Life series to go from killing Vortigaunts to being on their side, and even they can see the chaos in Bad Cop's mind.
After getting to the bridge of the Borealis, you can shoot some energy cores to destabilize the ship, dragging everyone towards it. Random props, the advisor's corpse, and you. To wake up inside the impossible ship, completely unarmed, but at the front of the deck waiting for you is the G-Man.
You don't belong here, Mr. Walker.
I've seen you in Satan.
Ordinarily, this would be the end for such an interloper. Especially one of your origin.
It's interesting that he calls you an interloper, which makes sense, since you never saw him across the game because he was never keeping tabs on you, and also confirming that his deal with the Resistance in the first game didn't actually factor in you breaking into the city and killing all the rebels.
It's a really interesting angle that this omniscient figure, who people still talk about decades later, can still have blind spots.
Under these extraordinary circumstances, there appears to be a matter of debt. A debt that we owe to you.
Debt?
Let's just say that your exploits involving this ship and the quelling of a certain rebel uprising in City 10 have left your accounts unbalanced. The sights may be lost on you, Mr. Walker. In short, you have bought me time.
So, you owe me.
He mentions wiping out all the rebels in City 10 was doing him a favor. Again, something unaccounted for, but still, it's benefited him and his employers. Possibly because if you didn't wipe out all the rebels in City 10, there was a chance that they could have used that city as a stronghold, completely changing the events of the Uprising in Half-Life 2, with rebels probably fleeing to City 10 as a safe haven, instead of Uprising and helping Gordon destroy the Citadel in the original game. So with the G-Man wanting to repay you, you're allowed one request. But, despite that, there are limitations.
I cannot bring your daughter back, Mr. Walker. However, I may be able to offer something else of value.
The Combine. Can you stop them from cloning me?
That would constitute remuneration. If I arrange the removal of your imprint, then I cannot also disclose what happened to your daughter.
He mentions that removing your clone imprint, the thing that was copied from you at the end of the first game, is such a large task that it requires remuneration, or payment. Meaning, if he were to do that, he wouldn't be able to help you in any other way. But thankfully, 36 has made peace with the fact that he'll never see his family again, and knows he can use his wish to make more of an impact.
I'm guilty of a lot of things, but I didn't kill my daughter. Maybe knowing that is enough. I don't want them to use my memories anymore. Do it.
You're brought to a huge Combine clone facility. Looking up, you can see hundreds of different copies of soldiers being used here. Anyone that dies for the Combine can be quickly copied and imprinted onto a new unit, probably filtering out hundreds or thousands of troops until the Combine had the best of the best, the ultimate killing machine that never questions orders. This is the grub that holds all of 36's memories, ready to be installed into thousands of new units. And if you take too long making the decision, the G-Man will comment on that. Crushing the grub under your boot, the host copy is dead. With no way for the Combine to replicate the mind of Aiden Walker, you're the last of your kind. To which the G-Man then transports you to your old room in prison before the invasion.
My old room. How are you doing this?
This is where...
Everything okay?
Not this time. I apologize for having to leave you in this position, Mr. Walker.
What's happening? Where did you go?
As the prison collapses, a green light passes through the block, with 36 being pulled up in a giant tractor beam. The worry that G-Man had on his face is referencing when he was captured in Half-Life Alyx. At the end of the game, you freed him, thinking you were freeing Gordon. The Combine possesses technology to at least capture him, and worrying about it happening again teleports away, leaving you to be captured by the Combine. An after-credits scene shows you being interrogated by another advisor, aware that you've had an interaction with the G-Man and wanting to cut you open to see what he's done to you.
Now, there is one more ending, well, technically two, because while talking to the G-Man, you can actually kick him in the balls for an entirely different outcome.
Insolence. I had hoped better of you. Cause and effect, Mr. Walker.
He'll teleport you to Zen with no weapons, a fight impossible to win. Exactly what happened to Gordon at the end of Half-Life 1 if you took too long to accept the G-Man's offer.
Now, to get the ultimate and probably canon ending is to bring Wilson with you. He does die and shut down, but despite that, he still has one more use to 36.
Wilson, he's gone. Maybe I should leave him at the upload station.
You can bring him to an AI upload station, which you might have remembered was the original request when you took him with you in the elevator after leaving the testing labs. You can put his lifeless body onto a tray to be scanned. Wilson's core is deceased, but the AI upload might be able to still pull something from his memory. With Wilson sent off to be uploaded, you can play the ending as normally. Defy the advisor, get to the bridge control, but now the AI will be voiced by Wilson, meaning the upload was successful.
Catastrophic entropy control failure. Temporal event imminent.
Zero.
Make your deal with the G-Man, he'll still abandon you to be abducted by the Combine, but now the interrogation scene plays out entirely differently.
I can't take this anymore. Nothing left in me. Just kill me. No. Stop.
Boss, I found you.
Wilson.
The Combine has simulated our Right 3, boss. I got into their systems.
Wilson, Zero. I can't believe you came for me.
We don't have long, so listen. The Combine are trying to get the ship back. We can't let them have it, boss. We gotta get you out of here. It's not much, but I found you a gun.
With 36 still alive and Wilson now a rogue AI, it looks like our team is ready for their next fight.
Okay. What's the plan?
But that's not all. I was actually checking out this brand new leaked Entropy Zero 3 demo, and it looks pretty decent. Let's have a look at the date, and then... okay. Alright. Yep. Well played.
They played us like a damn fiddle!
However, in August, for their 1-year anniversary, they did release a video which ends in a teaser.
You and me now. Remember, we're slaves.
So for the moment, it does look like the Entropy Zero story isn't over yet.
The Entropy Zero series is amazing and has honestly changed Half-Life modding probably forever. There's a reason why there's countless YouTube videos talking about this game when it dropped, because it almost has the polish and detail of an actual Half-Life entry, with all the different outcomes, ways to approach objectives, and countless lines of dialogue. It's amazing that this was made by such a small team.
During the development of Entropy 2, on the modding website ModDB, they got voted for one of the best upcoming mods in 2020, and even winning after release. Mod of the Year in 2022. There is some side content in the game as well, like Cold Signal, where you play as the radio guy from the main game before the events of Zero 2, where he had to scout up ahead to set up a base for a rebel team looking to reclaim the area. You're not a Combine here, but just a normal guy with a gun. Honestly, seeing you handle a pistol with fingerless gloves, if anything, it made me think of Cry of Fear.
Yes! Hell yeah!
And because you're in the Arctic, the sub-zero temperatures will quickly kill you. So whenever you're not inside, you'll have to stay near heated lamps to not lose health. Some of which you can power yourself, but at the cost of reviving frozen zombies that'll start attacking you. You can find a shotgun as well to make killing them easier, but ammo is incredibly scarce. Also on top of that, it's a very short map, only around 10 minutes long, but it's used as an invitation for other modders to create their own maps. There's also some unused maps here as well that were built on or cut entirely from the main game, like this flashback that was made in 2018, which was meant to show dreams 36 would have of his host body's life before being forced into the Combine, being apprehended by civil protection, made to line up against a wall at Nova Prospect, and finally cut up to be used as a body for the copy of Aiden Walker's mind. There's also a challenge mode as well, where you play through combat sections of the main game trying to get as many points as possible, dealing damage without losing health. It's kind of like the combat encounters from The Last of Us, if you want, you know, like a quick adrenaline hit and can't be asked to listen to 25 minutes of cutscenes.
One thing the creators of Entropy 2 did as well is allow other modders to use assets from their game, which people have already done, like another mod called Entropy Zero Uprising, which wasn't made by Breadman, but uses most of the Entropy Zero 2 assets.
This game takes place during the Uprising of City 17, something none of the games or even Half-Life 2 covered in detail. You do enter City 17 as Gordon during the Uprising, but this is when it was already in full swing, with rebels pulling down TV towers and killing Combine. Uprising instead takes place the actual moment the Uprising begins, with you patrolling the streets as a City 17 Metro cop. This uses Entropy assets, but none of the characters from the games are mentioned or referenced. The opening is really strong, with you watching Metro cops basically bullying citizens across the city streets. You can even push into one to knock over all of his luggage, in the exact same manner that you saw a cop do to someone Gordon saw in City 17. And in true civil protection fashion, you can purposely knock a can onto the floor and demand a civilian pick it up. And when she refuses, you mark it on her record.
You talking to me?
Pick up the can.
You deserve this.
Patrol have a failure to comply with blood inject tag is possible 10-103.
It's not long before the Uprising kicks off and you're trying to navigate the city, killing civilians that have armed themselves and grouping up with any Metro Cop squads to try and take it back. It's really cool how a mod shows the Uprising on a smaller scale before Overwatch deployed the heavy Combine infantry. It's basically an expanded version of Entropy Zero 1's opening chapter, where you're fighting rebels, which was that game's strongest part, even using the exact same HUD overlay. You can see how the rebels have been taking their aggression out on the first responders, lynching some of them. You can even find one in the process of being hung, and if you intervene fast enough, save his life.
There's some great mini encounters in this mod, which for me is peak Half-Life. Like how, despite most of the civilians being armed and shooting at you, if you go off the beaten path, you can come across unarmed civilians that were just trying to get by, even offering you supplies and ammo if you leave them be.
This stuff, it's all I have left.
Even if you do choose to kill them, which doesn't affect anything because you're a Metro cop, they'll actually try to fight you to survive, despite it being totally pointless.
That's why we're here. To keep them from resisting. To show them how wrong they are. How pointless it is.
I know I was playing on hard mode, but I'd like to point out how that woman's punch wiped half my armor and half my health. You can see rebels wearing welding masks, much like in Zero 2, but there's some new additions here, like a Combine APC that's been taken over by the rebels, spray painted in lamb designs. There's loads of side content in this game, like this one time where I found a roller mine.
In the early game, both Metro Cops and the rebels are underprepared, united but separated at the same time. So you'll be breaching into apartments with a few cops to try and take down any resistance that have managed to fortify locations.
Like this one time where I found a roller mine that the rebels are actually trying to hack, but you can take it and use it for yourself. And I do want to say, for something that was so annoying in Half-Life 2, I have never seen a roller mine get more bullied in my life. It basically did nothing to help apart from being an open target and exploded before it could even hurt anybody. Early on in the game, you're prompted to drink water from Dr. Breen's private reserve.
Pick up the can.
Doing so will give you a brief flashback of your life before joining Civil Protection. This also increases your suit power by 15 points every time you do so. You can find a note later in the game left by rebels, with one of them doing tests on the water to see its effects. The memory loss being so great that he kept drinking the water because he never remembered drinking it in the first place. This is a callback to what one of the civilians actually said to Gordon in Half-Life 2 when he arrives at City 17, and will be very important later.
Don't drink the water. They put something in it to make you forget. I don't even remember how I got here.
There are some really cool set pieces here as well, like how you're told to not go near alarmed cars as to not alert any nearby zombies. But the car has a sleeping zombie on it anyway, so it's impossible to not get into a fight. There's also a part where you blow up an entire chimney full of equipment, which is blocking Combine signals from requesting backup. You'll have to climb the chimney Far Cry 3 radio tower style and then get off before the entire thing collapses.
I can't come back from this.
There's also, and I'm not even joking here, a good stealth section in a Half-Life game. Can you believe it?
I was pretty hard on how bare bones the stealth was in the first Entropy game, but this game improves on that massively.
It's only a short set piece, but you're actually able to use stealth takedowns with the stun baton.
I'd like to point out as well that we're this far into the video and I've only learned that the stun baton can actually charge up for an instant kill swing.
There's also a really weird bug that if you charge up the stun baton and hit it on any friendly Metro Cops, it won't hurt them, but will spawn an electrified ragdoll that can kill anything it comes into contact with, including other Combine. This stealth section is really good, mostly because this moment that happened entirely on accident, but it made my experience a million times better.
I wonder if I can... Oh, okay. Okay.
One nice detail is because you're a Metro Cop not cut off from Overwatch, you do actually get updates, like how destroying the radio jammer gets you the reward of non-mechanical reproduction simulation. FNAF bros, we lost. Towards the end of the game, you attack a shopping mall that's been turned into a rebel recruitment center. It's a long fight, but in the second half, you'll notice that you're being attacked by rebel Metro Cops. Much like City 10, these are cops who join the rebel side, either seeing their humanity or because they realize they're probably going to come out on top. And because they're still linked up to the network, Overwatch thinks that this is friendly fire and charges you with a multitude of offenses. The mod ends with you reaching a surveillance room monitoring cameras while the two people left in your squad go and search for them. But after a while, you get the message to look behind you, and when you do, you're gunned down and left for dead.
One out of three. Let's dash.
There's also a post-credit scene of you being kept in a stasis tank.
Welcome back. We have some work to do.
Keep in mind, you were never killed, just reduced to like 1 HP. And when you go back to the main menu, it's changed to your character now in the chamber. But there's also another ending here. If you reject drinking the water for the first instance, you can ignore it and nothing is said. But when you're about to sign out and clean up the rest of the city, you'll get Overwatch demand you drink the water.
Memory replacement is the first step towards rank privileges.
If you reject again, Overwatch will punish you by downgrading your armor by 25 points.
Stop fucking crying, bitch!
Without drinking the water, cutscenes will also play out differently as well, giving more context to the dreams your character's having of his past. You'll also get messages telling you that this isn't the right path. You need to move on and drink the water, making you feel like you're going to end up getting the bad ending or a fail state. But if you keep declining to drink the water throughout the game, the messages become more aggressive. By the final chapter of the game, you'll be locked at 25 armor points. The final chance to drink the water is when one of your cop buddies offers it to you, saying if you don't drink it, he will.
If you will take it, I will. A chance.
If you drink the water before him, he'll ask you if this room reminds you of anything, to which you say you don't know.
This place? Nope.
If you drank the water during the playthrough but declined to drink it here, he'll say he doesn't want to talk about it.
This place? I don't want to talk about it.
But if you haven't drank any water throughout the entire playthrough, your character's memories break through, reminding him that this Metro cop was responsible for killing your partner because you couldn't bring yourself to do it. Here, you're given two options: to holster your weapon and fight the urges, which lets the ending play out as normal, with the added quote from your buddy. But if you don't holster your weapon, you'll gun him down and make a run for it, killing your entire squad, having to take on Combine elites and even a hunter. All of this catches the attention of the female civil protection who gunned you down in the other ending.
Color me impressed. Hold your fire, we're on the same side. We were on the lookout when we heard gunfire. You did all this by yourself.
I don't want to talk about it.
Fine. Still, very impressive. We could need someone like you. You seem to be capable of a great deal. It would honestly be a shame to let all that potential go to waste. I'll leave it up to you. If you want to really strike back against the Combine, join us.
Let me think about that.
I'll be waiting over there. Just follow me if you're interested.
Here, you're given two options: to stay and face being one-tapped by a Strider, or join her and the mall section plays out with you helping the rebel humans and Combine. If you stay and be killed, the main menu screen changes to a civil protection gas mask with a charred human skull behind it. But if you stay to fight, you still have to go to the camera room, but instead of being gunned down, you hear your partner calling behind you.
Alright people, let's move.
Seeing her on a couch before being shot by the Metro cop that did your job for you. He's a hallucination, but it's obvious that the pain will never go away. The post-credits scene jumps ahead some time, where your friend tells you that he's leaving City 17 and wants you to go with him.
Hey, just thought I'd check in. So, we're about to leave the city. Got a group waiting for me downstairs. We won't be coming back. I know you've been going through some shit since the mall, but you sure about, well, staying here? Yeah. Alright. I think I can understand. It's been nice knowing you, Victor. Maybe I'll see you some other time.
You decide to stay, with the remainder of the rebel forces pulling out of City 17. The main menu changes to your character sat on the sofa, thinking about the past, unable to move on. If you let the main menu cards play out for a couple minutes, you'll see that this is City 17 in Half-Life 2 Episode 1, where the Citadel is about to collapse and destroy the entire city. You can also very briefly hear Dr. Kleiner's automated message in the background warning anyone left to escape. Entropy Zero 1 and 2 are both free and available to download on Steam, with Uprising on the ModDB page. If you want to check them out for yourself, I would highly recommend downloading these games, because if anything, it just supports Breadman's team into making bigger and better projects. They've got a Ko-fi page to donate to them directly, or have that in the description as well, with links to both of the games.
You play
Now, jumping back to Entropy 01 for a minute, that was dedicated to Nigel Hepburn, John, or Breadman's late friend who passed away in 2007. Nigel and John both loved Half-Life, and Nigel especially loved Opposing Force, the expansion for Half-Life 1. He loved seeing the game from the other perspective and wished that we had more of that. Back in the day, John made Entropy 01 with the idea that Nigel would have loved it. Making things that mean something to you, if it's a tribute or something created out of your passion, will always put you on the right track, and modding is all about making stuff you want to see in the world. And Entropy 1 and 2 are filled with it. From the storytelling to the creativity, it shines throughout.
Much like the mods that inspired Breadman to get into modding even as early as the Quake 2 era, if Entropy has you interested in the scene, it's still the best way to get into making games and experiences. But please, for the love of God, make the story about anything but all in the head.